To the lunch hour, serving up. Hi there, I'm Brian Griffin, and you're listening to the lunch hour, serving up food for the mind. Today's entree is politics. What's on your mind today? The governor's budget, stem cell research? Give us a hot spoonful of your opinion. Okay, we have a question from Quahog. Caller, you're on the lunch hour. Can I take your order?
Yes, I'll have a big helping of the pretentious crap.
Oh, sometimes the crazy ones get through. Okay, we have Rose from Cranston on the phone. Welcome, Rose. Can I take your order?
Yes, that turkey, that raw turkey that you ate off the counter last week that got Lois mad, when you pooped that out, was the timer still in there?
And we're out of time. This has been the lunch hour. Join us next week when our guest will be Gore Vidal. And remember, life is full of entrees, so don't fill up on bread. I'm going to throw you now to Weenie in the Butt in the afternoon.
Oh, Weenie in the Butt.
97.1.
In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. Oh, my God.
Turn it on and rip that knob off.
You're listening to the radio.
Sir, I'm very sorry. That was this guy I know. He thinks he's hilarious.
He is hilarious. I was on my way in here to cancel your show, but the banter you did with that guy, well, as we say in the radio business, if you put that on the radio, people will listen to it. Make him part of the show.
Oh, you don't want him. He's not really a professional like me.
Listen, you get that kid in here. We need more laughs on the show.
All right, look, let's get one thing straight, Stewie. The only reason you're here is that my boss ordered me to bring you on. All right, this is my show, and it's a serious intellectual hour of discussion, and I want to keep it that way.
Hey, no problem.
All right, in 3, 2, 1. This is the lunch hour with your host.
Hey, what's up, Quahog? From the station that reaches the beaches, you're listening to Dingo and the Baby.
Dingo and the Baby. 97.1. Go home.
Oh, baby.
What the hell are you doing? What the hell does that have to do with anything?
They're just wacky sounds, to liven things up.
D-I-N-G-O.
Oh, sexy girlfriend.
Good morning, Quahog. You're here with Dingo and the Baby.
Camera.
And if you're thinking about changing the station, ouch! Today we got homeless Hank from the dumpster out back with us.
Hey, I got an idea. How about the first 3 women willing to come down and have sex with Hank get free boob jobs courtesy of Dr. John Viner?
Are you reading my mind?
Right, that's enough of that. That is enough of that. So we don't have many people on. June. That's from Family Guy, as you know. Well, my view on CAUD, and I should do a video on it, is, I guess 3 things. One is their space, their area, the market they're going after is huge. It's $1 trillion in the MarTech and ad tech space, whatever the terminology is. And I really do think they have a legitimate strategy of consolidating or claiming a large percentage of that. I'm not saying majority, but of the 50% that's sort of unserviced, and the company's evolving their strategy a little bit, but the big box stores and the big names, like Amazon, they have everything solved, but they're trying to address the rest of the market. And I think they really do have just an absolutely huge market to go after. And I think they have the technologies and strategy in place. The second thing I'll say is Peter Boards has put together a top-notch team. And I really think he can do it. I think he can bring people together, companies together, brain power together, and implement this strategy. On the subject of Peter Boards, I'm also impressed that he seriously considered, for lack of a better description, my input, as you know, others share the same views that I do, but he listened that he's got to be careful of VWAP, backward looking, toxic convertible notes, above market placements, no warrants, or all the terminology they use. But it all boils down to the placement agents, the pretenders, and some of them are pretty big. They just sell your own stock, and they sell it downward, and they give you back your own capital from the stock you could have sold in an IPO. But instead, the way that, in this case, Adriana Friedman, indifferent, she collects $2 million a month and is indifferent to this destruction of her markets. I think she's way in over her head. She doesn't know what she's doing, in my judgment. And that's my judgment. But she doesn't care about this. And eventually it's going to destroy the integrity of NASDAQ. But the point is, the reason it's 62 cents, somebody in the group, and I'm not going to give the names because I've been told they're good guys, but somebody in the sponsor group, the placement agent, the financial advisors, the lawyers, or the principals of CAUD, which I find that hard to believe, one or all then brought in the client Polar, and there's another one. I can't remember the name of the other one. Anyway, there was 2 hedge funds came in. These people are selling the stock down under the auspices of a tragically handled de-SPAC. And, Aubrey Advisors has done over 100 of these. So it can't be that they that have caused this. They're good guys. Their word is their bond. But somebody is selling stock that doesn't exist. And yes, they may use algorithms to do so. But they've been driving that stock downward from 38, and now it's 62 cents. When CAUD needs to go to market, they'll do it. I mean, if this is where we are, my guess is they'll do it at 50 cents. But the money they take will be the money they've already taken out of the stock market slowly over time with non-located, undelivered, counterfeit shares. Well, then the company will come, they think, come and issue shares, and Bob's your uncle. Everything's solved. Adriana can continue to collect $2 million a month because she's woman. Hear her strong. She's talented. She's great. She's young. She worked at Carlyle Group, and man, she knows what she's doing. She doesn't. She doesn't know what she's doing. And on the other hand, the guy that's running the whole thing, Gary Gensler, he doesn't know what he's doing either, or he's complicit. But anyway, that's what's happening there. I think there's a financing coming for CAUD, and they're just they being the shorts, the pretenders, the clients that are going to come in and wow the board. Hey, we're going to give you whatever you need, 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. It's going to be in stages, and it's above market. Well, of course it's above market. We've been selling the stock down from 38. Anyway, so that's the negative with CAUD. Will it ever stop? I think so. I have confidence in Peter Boards that even though like any normal human being, it's hard to process how corrupt the markets are. And it's hard to process like that somebody like Adina Friedman would allow the gold standard of over-the-counter markets, NASDAQ, to just become a slaughterhouse for CEOs, boards, companies, ideas. Every single company gets destroyed because the hedge funds, the big funds, control Adina. Because remember, Adina came up through Carlyle Group. She goes to those cocktail parties and she can sashay in and be adored by billionaires and cent millionaires, and they're all so smart, but they all cheat. This whole video's in my judgment, and the cheating is easy because the SEC, the OTC markets, FINRA, NASDAQ markets, they do nothing about it. They don't settle trades. They don't enforce and locate rules. They don't enforce, what do I want to call it? The legitimacy, the bona fide requirement of a market maker. They don't enforce that. Why? Because it's just worth so much money. How would Adina get $2 million a month if she didn't look the other way? She has to look. She has no choice. She's the vanguard of women changing the world. And I don't mean to pick on women. Look at the rather large man at FINRA. I don't know how much he gets, much less. But he has to look the other way. Otherwise, he couldn't keep his wife and daughters happy if he has daughters. Robert Cook. And then the worst of all is Goober Gary Gensler, suck up of the world. He has to look the other way. Otherwise, he loses his $150 million fortune that's predicated on Goldman Sachs and the Clinton Foundation. They look the other way. So anyway, that's what's happening. Wall Street knows, in particular, Polar and the other hedge fund. Aubrey advisors are great guys, and their word is their bond. So it's probably not them. But everyone with a brain knows that CAUD needs money because their advisors left the company with nothing coming out of the de-SPAC. And the whole business plan was, we've got to survive long enough to roll up all these other companies. So my belief is they did it, whoever did it on purpose. Because the better the business plan, look at MULN, look at Root, look at MMAT, look at Wolf. If you need capital, these guys are here to suck the marrow out of your bones and then come give you a shot of whatever comes out of marrow. Anyway, give you an infusion of capital that just came out of the destruction of your own company. So that's the risk with CAUD. But I believe that, and that's true of all these companies, all of them. And it comes from the regulators. They don't care because they're purchased. They're owned by Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage. They're owned by Stevie Cohen. They're owned by Ken Griffin. They're owned by Leon Black. These are the plunderers. And we love it in our country. As long as Donald Trump's not elected, let this go on. But it can't go on very much longer. Anyway, So P-Man, I guess to wrap that up, I love the idea of CAUD. I think Peter Boards is doing a terrific job. He needs to think outside of the box in terms of both raising money and combining with other companies. But if he can do it rapidly enough and at higher valuations without the toxicity of someone who was involved, I don't know who, I think they can create a really big company. Question is, how many shares do they have out? And that's where the criminals have every CEO. Every CEO. They just change the denominator, and they do it on such a scale that before you know it, it doesn't matter how good the news is. And it's a hard thing to learn. My vote is that Peter Boards is going to find a way to raise money and to add terrific companies and brain power to his team without the destruction of his cap table. I'm going to vote that way on. So I think at some point CAUD is a long-term accumulation. I would put it that way. But frankly, it looks like they're going to try to get the company to issue shares at 50 cents to me. So, all right, sorry, I talked too long on that one. Finger is up. So there's P-Man. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I want to do a video on them. And frankly, I'm willing to buy some shares in CAUD. And I'll keep doing what I can do. But, I'm not as impressive as the guys in the Armani suits and the or no suit at all, and the big confidence and conference table. And this is our assets under management. And this is what we can do for you. And hey, we'll get that placed. You'll never have to worry about capital again. But then in the background, it's just sell. Okay, 305. I'm not going to talk about some of these stocks, and I'm not going to name them because I don't want to bring any focus. Don't interpret anything. I'm just not going to talk about some of these stocks. I think it's time we need to start moving on from the criminals, and it is criminal activity. Just because the policemen look the other way doesn't make it legal. But no one cares. Not in Congress, not in journalism, not in the elite schools, not in the liberal circles, not feminists, not what do you call them? Blue Democrats, not nobody cares. Nobody. So our markets are destroyed day in and day out. It's going to change at some point because money, I think money is still coursing through the markets. I don't think there's a liquidity issue. And in fact, I think the stock market is going to go up another 25 to 40%. Up. Now that's a risky call. But I think everything is going to come out to make sure that Joe Biden is reelected. He is, after all, the single most popular president in history. Most votes of anybody ever. So that'll happen. But I think this is it. This is the last hurrah. I think, just to use the S&P, and I get my number from David Hunter, I think the S&P is going to go to 7,000. 7,000. Does it have to go exactly there? No. But the trend will be up. As long as there's liquidity, these prime brokers can continue to look the other way on these trades. They have lawyers or attorneys or liars and attorneys, whatever you want to call them, checking the boxes because they have this safety valve of toxic dilutive financing, and let the games begin. But once liquidity is collapsed, and I was in the Bottom Line, which is a bar down here in DC, that as I look back on my life, I probably spent more time in there. When I started in the business, I never spent any time there. And I was kind of envious of all my friends that were going, but I would stay and cold call and do whatever. But then when I switched firms, my boss, that's where he held court. So I ended up spending a lot of time, both for business and softball, at the Bottom Line. And I remember one time coming back from London, many thousands of points ago in the Dow. I think the Dow was at, I'm not even sure it was at 20,000. It might have been at 18,000 or 15,000. And I was standing with all these guys, my old office, which is Morgan Stanley now. And as I'm wont to do, I get bored. I can't talk about golf. I can't list who do you like better in football, Joe Blow or Jon Snow. I get my eyes glaze over. I can't keep up. I'm one of those guys that used to read the sports page for football scores, just so that when the conversation started, I could say, yeah, what about that pass that Riggins caught? And then, since I got one in, I didn't have to talk again. I was one of those losers. But anyway, I blurted out, and this was probably 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I blurted out, what if the market's round tripped? You know, sometimes stocks run up and then they come all the way back down. That's called a round trip. I said, what if the market's round tripped? And they all looked at me like I lost my mind. And I probably had. And a lot of those guys and girls are retired now. Some are dead. They're, my connections, I used to know everybody. I don't think I know more than a handful now. But that's what I think's coming. I think the Dow is going to go, let's call it 30% higher. NASDAQ to S&P. But when it corrects, it could be like any of the stocks we're in. I mean it. The markets could go down 80, 85, 90, 95%. And I think it's time for us to start thinking for that eventuality. I think there's plenty of time left. Why? Because we're in an election year, and every power that exists is going to make sure Joe Biden gets reelected, or whomever they put in his place. I believe it'll be Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden will win the Democratic nomination, and they'll put Hillary in. They might stick with Kamala Harris. There's a lot of risk in that. They may put in Gavin Newsom, Pelosi's nephew. But I'm not sure that's going to fly. The only other thing I hear that makes some sense is Michelle Obama. So you've basically got the power corners of the Democratic Party: the Clintons, the Obamas, the Bidens, Jill Biden, and Nancy Pelosi. It'll be one of those. My guess is Hillary. I think the Clintons still have enough power that it will be they. But if Michelle Obama said she'd do it, they'll go with her. I'm just not sure she wants to do it. The Clintons bought a lot of power. They raised $10 billion for Haiti. And I don't know, you watch the news about Haiti. Where did it go? That's 10 with a B, billion. They raised it for Haiti. Where did it go? They raised 160 to 180 billion for the Clinton Foundation. What did it do? I personally think they bought a lot of power in the halls of every part of our government. And the banks trust the Clintons. The Chinese trust the Clintons. The medical companies trust the Clintons. I think it's going to be Hillary Clinton. But could it be Pelosi's power? Does she still have power? And it's Gavin Newsom? Maybe. Could it be that Barack Obama still has power and so he can get his wife in? Maybe. But, you remember Ted Kennedy ran for president and he couldn't answer the question, why does he want to be president? On Roger, the newsman, Robert McNeil. Anyway, that was the interview. And Ted Kennedy blew the question. If Michelle can't answer why she wants to be president in a convincing way, she'll lose. So I don't think they'll pick her. The other choice is Jill Biden. And I guess I left out Kamala Harris's family has a say, I guess. But Jill Biden might just push for Joe. And maybe they'll just go with Joe. And I think Kamala would swing in behind that because she'll most assuredly be president someday, the first female president. Anyway, that's all politics. But the point is, I think the market is going up, 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 up. That we're going to have breakfast at Bernie's, and we're going to have, happy days are here again. Joe Biden and his band of jolly government people, 81 million votes. He's not misogynistic. He's not racist. His policies are for peace and for jobs. He's from Scranton. It's going to be the best thing. You'll see. Anyway, in that kind of cheering, the market's going to go up. So I think we have months. But when it comes back down, boy, I think it's going to be the scariest thing you've ever experienced. And I think it's going to change a generation of investors. I'm talking about 20 years. I think when it comes down, you won't, by the end of 20 years, people, just like when I started in the business, I used to cold call. I had two problems. My last name, no one could say it, and I had to spell it. And the other is I was calling from Merrill Lynch. Maryland? Why are you calling from Maryland? No, I'm calling from Merrill Lynch. Oh, I'm calling, I used to call with stock ideas. And they say, oh, no, I don't invest in the market. I invest in my own company. So I started calling people with CDs, of all things, because they weren't investing in the stock market. I forgot why I got on all that, but I think it's time to start having strategies beyond these handful of stocks that keep getting crushed by criminal activity. They will have their day, because when the markets come down, these stocks will go up. But I think there'll be a chance to make money. For example, I'll give you an example. Boeing. I don't even know where it's trading. But Boeing, to me, is a company that will be taken over by the government. The stock's going to go to zero, in my opinion. You had a bunch of hedge fund guys, smarter than everyone else. You know, the Jack Welch, well, you know, that GE mentality, Six Sigma crap. And then the hedge funds, we can come in, we'll cut costs here, we'll cut costs there, we'll ignore the engineers, we'll speed this up, we'll sell our supply factories to another hedge fund, private equity. Private equity, these are genius guys. They can come in, they're can-do, they've been trained, and they can make the numbers sing. So Boeing has gone straight up, buying back stock, enriching the men in charge of it, incompetent men, non-competent, uncompetent, non-complimentous, men with no talent other than financial engineering. Who financial engineer and aircraft? Financial engineering, you're in a tube at 35,000 miles and you're in the back of your head, you're saying, hey, these don't crash, I'm going to trust it. But that's where they decide to cut corners. Boeing's going down, but before it does, it'll probably be up with the other stocks. So here's a strategy. Not on a day when it's down, but on a day when it's trading up, you buy puts on Boeing. Not a lot, buy 3 of them. If you can, buy them out a year. Don't pay a lot. Don't pay a lot for them. Of course, when the stock's down and it's in the news, the premiums are high. That's the wrong time. But try to get it when people forget all about the problems. You can buy, I'm using the number 3. You can buy 3 puts on the banks. Jefferies, Citi. I would go Wells Fargo or Bank of America, one of those. But you can buy 3 when the market's up and people have forgotten and they're scrambling in. You buy 3. And if it keeps going up, you buy 3 more, a little higher. But you don't spend a lot of money. When it turns around, and you can do this in any, you can pick the Ford Motor Company. How the heck are they going to sell all those trucks at 80,000 a piece? How are they going to do it? What kind of illusion are we living in? So anyway, you build small positions and puts over the next months with some duration. And if, because I think it's inevitable, the market comes down after Joe Biden is elected, or sooner, because markets discount things very quickly. And you could see the market react rapidly prior to, I'm saying it'll be after he's reelected or Hillary or one of the other Democrats. They're not going to let Trump win. They're not going to let Trump win. And I don't say that with any enthusiasm. But anyway, that's one. And so as it comes down, you can sell 1 put to get all your money out of the table. If it really collapses, you sell the second put to make a nice profit, and you let the third one run. And that's one strategy. The other thing is we need to start investing in gold and silver, platinum, palladium, copper, oil and gas. And right now, I think gold is hugely undervalued. But one could argue that it's at all-time highs or very close to it. Silver is still at a 60% discount. Oil and gas natural gas is at huge discounts. Copper, all these things are down. If you can buy water, if you can buy farmland, if you can buy other commodities, this is where it's going to go. There will be other stocks that are out of favor that you can buy too. But I think we have to start doing that. And I'm going to try to start talking about other things. It's too depressing talking about these stocks that the Joy Boys on Twitter ridicule you and me. Oh, the stocks are down. Oh, they're pumping dumpers. Oh, all they're doing is breaking the law. The intent of Reg Show was to give Wall Street time to solve the backlog of counterfeit shares. Instead, they opened up the sluices and did it all the more. No one cares. And we've got to stop thinking anyone does. Nobody's going to rescue us. Nobody's going to come cause the laws to be enforced. Goldman Sachs isn't going to do a buy-in. Adriana Friedman is more interested in the color of her nails or whatever the hell she thinks about than the integrity of NASDAQ. The large Robert Cook, I don't know what, he just makes sure that he plays the bureaucratic game so he doesn't get fired. Gary Gensler just wants to be, in my opinion, Secretary of Treasury and then have a nice posh seat at Goldman Sachs and go down into history with that crooked grin, self-satisfied grin. And his daughters say, hey, Daddy, you were great. But what's really going to go down is he's going to go down as one of the bad guys. I said in one of my videos in front of the SEC, Gary Gensler had a chance to go down as a hero like an Elliot Ness. Instead, he's going to go down in ignominy. No one's even going to remember him because of greed and lack of talent. It's not that smart a guy. He's just glad-hander. So anyway, did I say everything I wanted to say about that? Anyway, I just think it's time to start looking at other things. We're going to have some wins in these stocks. I just don't know when. And if I wait until one of these runs, I don't have enough time to try to talk about what we should be doing to be prepared to thrive, survive and thrive during the panic and afterward. That's most assuredly coming. We've had in the real estate market, in the bond market, in the stock market, in the cost of higher education, in the puppy dog market, poor guy, we've had 40 plus years of one way, one direction. And that doesn't last. I mean, the problem is it can last a lot longer than you think. And I wouldn't get ready for a crash now. If the markets pull back now, I think it's a buy and the markets will go higher. Now, I say that it's a really risky call, because if the Fed loses control of interest rates, if the Fed loses its credibility and the bond markets collapse, everything I say you can throw it away. You can throw it away. That's why I'm not convinced you're going to see interest rate cuts. Everyone says they will be there, so I'm probably going to be wrong. But I think the Fed, on the one hand, is trying to look like tough guys and girls, and on the other hand, is pumping money into this so fast that inflation is raging, the pump is primed, real estate is soaring. Who can afford it? But it's soaring. Credit card companies are ensnaring people. Debt is slavery, and they're enslaving the populace. Anyway, all right, I'll stop there on my rant. I did not know that, but now that I read that Ordinary Angler, I did read that somewhere. The GTS has 32%. I wouldn't have been able to give you that exact number, but I knew it was pretty high. Trump must win or the country circles the drain. Well, I mean, that's all definitional, but I'm on YouTube, so I've got to be careful. It's obvious Trump didn't win last time, and it'll be obvious that he doesn't win this time when history looks at everything. But the powers that be don't even recognize the cost incurred on this country by the fact that people came out in droves. People came out 7 to 11 people at a time, occasionally up to 15 people at a time to watch Joe Biden speak. I mean, it was an astonishing outpouring of support for Joe Biden. I mean, you got 8 Jeeps that came and honked horns. It was great. And man, the numbers that came out for Kamala Harris, just incredible. You had a dozen people, maybe even 20 people show up at a time. In Arizona, 2 people showed up. It was amazing. The groundswell for the Democratic ticket, and that's going to happen again. But I'll tell you, Colonel, the horror. The 2 things that scare the hell out of me is the Middle East and World War III with Russia. And we don't have to have that. We do not have to have that. We have to get rid of Victoria Nuland and the rest of her ilk. We have to. But anyway. Any news on, I don't really want to talk about that too much because I don't have anything new to say. So I guess what I'll say is there's a number of threads that are positive, and some that are really positive for the company, but I don't have any specific. And I want to try to if I can, I'm always open to new ideas. That these stocks that we focused on are the greatest way to get 10x, 20x, 30x, if we're lucky, 100x. But we now know that our efforts alone are not going to change the onslaught that Wall Street has targeted against retail money. And so I just want to start changing some of the subject. No chance of ham. There's no chance of ham. Ham might go on Ham might go on Ace's call later tonight if he's having a call, but I don't see any chance of him. Let me see if he texted me or called me. He was in New York with his son earlier, and I just don't see it happening. Let me see if he called. No, I don't see him. So sorry. I'm pretty boring compared to him. Well, you can't follow them all, Chuck. Where were you? You could have predicted it for all of us. Yeah, patience and positivity. I'm not going to comment on that. If that's how you want to see what I said, I can't change it. But I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I know it's hard. It's so easy to say, "Oh, that one went out, that one," and then, yeah, I agree with that. I think he will be elected, but will he win? I don't know. I can't say it. You got to follow the single most honest, transparent election in the history of the world. So I can't speak against it, but I watched pretty closely, and I pretty much 4:30 in the morning, things changed in 8 states, 7 to 8 states, all at the same time. And I guess it was honest. It was there in front of me, but Gary, I don't know what I'm allowed to say, so I have to dance around. Well, here's the thing about that TK16. Even if you know about companies, if you don't have an edge, it's very difficult to invest in it for a run. But so far this year, I have a list over there, and I'm going to try to do some videos on them. Not only was there no January effect, the entire first quarter, I don't see a stock moving. Let's go. How did that cheer go? Oh, I remember. It was "Let's go, Brandon. Let's go." It's almost as good as Chelsea, Chelsea, Chelsea. That's the cheer. Chelsea, Chelsea, Chelsea. And then when you get drunk, you say it over and over and over again. And then when the score is in your favor, you say Chelsea, Chelsea, Chelsea. And then when they're losing, you say it's great. I was only joking, my dear, looking for a way to hide my fears. What kind of fool was I? I can never win, never win. Bum, bum. Quietly now, while I leave the stage, Act 1 is over without costume change. Linda, last 4 years ago almost, I was talking with my friends, and I said to them, I would make this deal. Let the election stand for 2020, which is what happened. But if I wouldn't spend my time arguing, hey, it was unfair, we won, there was cheating, and I wouldn't do all that. What I would have said is, all right, let's all get together. Let's nip this back and forth in the bud. But So we'll stand down. We'll support the most popular president in the history of the United States, even though when you add up 81 million and 74 million and the third party, you get more than the entire population of registered voters. But we'll look past all that. If in return we can use paper ballots, one day for election, and limited, very limited mail-in, very limited. Yeah, I know. We're all right. Hey, Fernando. I don't think anybody's slow. If anything, I'm pretty slow. I'm slow on the uptick. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. In the spring, the flowers will grow. Yeah, I think at some point it's going to be time to look at both this stock and RCRT. Andy, I always thought I was really clever back in my drinking days. I'd be sitting at a bar with my friends or next to a beautiful woman. And when they turned around and they'd be sitting talking to somebody else, I would say that. I'd say, I'm glad to see you're back. I thought it was hilarious. Well, ordinary angler, I would love it if Trump picked God, my brain. Donald's. I'm forgetting his first name right now. Donald's. I'm sorry. I'm having a Biden moment. I can't remember his first name, but I saw Donald's in action. I've watched him a few times. I think he would be a great vice president, and it would. Trump is never going to get women voting for him in bigger numbers. Maybe a little bit. Maybe Latinas and maybe light. But where he could make real inroads is African American men. And Donald's could be that. I think Ben Carson, I don't know. Ben Carson isn't manly enough. And the other one he likes in that pandering is Tim Scott. I don't like Tim Scott. I don't like him very much. So Byron Donalds. That's who it should be. It's more than a woman. Mm-hmm. You're more than a woman. Well, lowering interest rates, the problem I have with that, ordinary angler, you might be right, but interest rates aren't very high. They're not very high. They're roughly 5.25%. I mean, it's a target. It's not very high. What are they going to do? Lower it to 4.5%? It's not going to change credit cards. It's not going to change mortgages. It's going to hurt savers, which is a voting block, believe it or not. I don't know. Everyone says what you're saying, and I'm not saying it's not brilliant on your part either, by the way, but or thoughtful, but I just don't see interest rates coming down. Hey, Robert. Hey, Billy Ray. Buy a Tesla new. Well, some people would say that's a bet. At least you got to drive it home. Better than some of these stocks, maybe. The horror, the horror, horror. I tell you, the movie was better than the book. I read that book. I didn't see maybe I was too jaded. I really don't want to speculate, Pharaoh. I just don't want to speculate because it'll just be drivel and it'll be bullshitting. I don't think anything I say is anything different than what's been said, and I just don't think it adds anything to the conversation. Red Pepperoni knows what I'm talking about. God, I used to have to hurry in. Hey, did you see that fumble? I can't believe the ref threw the flag. And that's the only thing I knew to talk about. And I would try to pick something not in the first paragraph, something down lower. Oh, Lordy. All right, let's see this watch list. Angler, Cooler, OCGN. That one had a move, LXEH. I don't know any of those. Well, I'll tell you what, Mark. I had a girlfriend, really, I did. And she lived in Baltimore, or used to. And her grandmother was one of the most important, lovely, wonderful people, person I cherish to this day that I've ever met in my life, lived up in Baltimore. And Dundalk, we spent time out there getting crabs and driving around, all that. That port is really important. I would have said it's the largest port on the East Coast, but then you find out, no, it's Savannah, which has always been an important one. It's New Jersey, New York, obviously. It's, I forget what else. There's one other one. But Baltimore is a very important port. That ring road around Baltimore is important, of course. But I think they also use that for a lot of military reasons. And I read that they used it for waste disposal, when you're putting hazardous waste around the country, moving it. And then you had a local group get on to guide that ship, and the power goes off right at the pylons. That just, something doesn't smell right about it. The one thing I heard that made some sense to me is that the new rules on the kind of oil that could be burned in these engines have been put in place. And so maybe the power went out for that reason, but I find that sketchy. I mean, why does it go out right there? But man, what a scary thing. And what those men that were working, a couple of the men they know that died had children. They're in their 30s, they're in the prime of their life. And they're, just, prayers go out for everybody. I think the shorts have a cost, but they make such monies that it's, if they have 20 positions, what do we have? 3 or 4 positions? They might have 20 or 30 of them. And if they're losing on one, they're making it on the rest. There's no legal cost. There's no reputational cost. There's no going to prison cost. And all they have to do, Beery, is to keep selling. And we'll find out. Just watch DWAC, which I guess is going to be DJT. I think it's just going to keep going up. But there were shorts in that. They're shorting it again. They'll short it again. They'll short it higher. And eventually they win. Because remember, there's no risk of Adina Friedman having any curiosity at all. None. Zero. She doesn't care. The goober doesn't care. The crook doesn't care. The guy with 3 C's in his name doesn't care. No one cares. There's no risk. Well, that's a good point. I didn't invest in cocoa, but that's a good idea. Luca, I don't know about that. My opinion of Vocal, which was CRTD, became Vocal, then became CRTD, is the CEO. He came out and wrote a pretty forgiving press release. I would even say groveling press release that said that after a lot of study, he found no what's the word? Anyway, he didn't find anything wrong with the trading in his stock. But, he turned down a deal, which was a shock. That was a shock. So you can't predict those kinds of decisions. Now, Vocal, I don't really want to talk about it because I don't know everything, but Vocal has converted debt to equity. They have revenues that are going up. They have their platforms. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll go up for a while. I don't know. I just don't want to get into. You can follow him on Twitter. All right, here Mark is talking about KULR1 Designs. Yorkville debt. So they got screwed by Yorkville. The thing is, what lawyers don't understand, just retiring the debt and getting them to settle up on the debt and the warrants, once that's been in place for a while, the avalanche has already occurred. You're just fixing the driveway at the ski loft, but the avalanche has already happened around it. And you're not bringing that snow back up the mountain. So sustainable energy. See, it sounds so good, but it's not over. Yorkville controls that situation until there's profits, until there's revenues, cash flow, profits, and there's decisions made that we don't need to take money from Wall Street. CEOs have to realize that NASDAQ is a crooked exchange. Under the so-called leadership of Adina Friedman, NASDAQ is a joke. Well, DBMM had a nice little bit of a run, didn't it? Hey, Meekers, I remember your name because one of my college roommates' brother, who was really a cousin, it had a name very close to yours, and he was, I liked him. He was a good guy. He had a lot of money. He had nice stereos and all those things. But when he was young, his parents were killed in an accident. Anyway, that's why I remember your name. It also, I think, is a name from that movie with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, Trading Places, isn't it? Isn't it? All right, Meekers, I'm going to go on that. A good gold stock. Now, this book is all right. First, let me just start right here. In the 1980s, they made it the last thing you wanted to own was gold. After its peak in 1980, gold crashed. By 1983, and this is when I was starting my career, such as it was, it had come all the way back down to $300 an ounce. Through the 80s and until 1997, which was, I think, when the ruble collapsed, gold traded between $300 and $500 an ounce. And then it got worse. In 97, it broke below 300 and stayed there. In 99, it reached a low of $252 an ounce. This is gold. For the next 2 years, it just treaded water. All right, I don't want to read every paragraph here. And okay, so in 2021, bull market number 2 started for gold. And I'll read this until I'll try to skip parts of it. As 2001 was drawing to a close, gold entered an extraordinary second bull market. This is the one that has persisted to the present day, albeit like the first one, with periods of sharp downturn. And it is nowhere near over. Now, let me just tell you when this, I've had this book for a while, so I wish he would update it, but I don't think he needs to. This was copyrighted in 2021. So I probably read it in 21. So 3 years ago. It doesn't give the month. All right. On November 30, 2001, less than 2 weeks before China was formally admitted to the World Trade Organization, WTO, Bill Clinton, George W. Gold closed at $273 an ounce. And while it didn't start moving seriously higher for a while, that was 2001, it never dropped below 273. Eventually, it began to move up in a big way with the first up leg of the second post-war gold bull market, post-World War II. By St. Patrick's Day, which we just had, 2008, a Monday, gold was trading above $1,000 an ounce. During the week, it hit a high of 1,033, but it closed the week, St. Patrick's Day of 2008, which is what, 13 years ago, at $920. This was the start of its first real setback since the beginning of its ascent. The backdrop, of course, was a world in turmoil. including the collapse of Lehman Brothers and the onset of the Great Recession. During that time, corporations were in desperate need of liquidity, and they were desperate to get dollars. This led major investment banks to sell gold they had on hand simply to raise dollars. And some countries did that too. At the same time, commodities were coming down sharply. This all combined to bring down gold. The decline lasted a bit more than half a year. The low came at 681 during the week of October 20th of 2008. Gold closed the week on October 24th at 729. This marked the start of a new and powerful up leg that carried gold to a high of $1,920 in early September 2011. And we all know what happened then. Then it dropped, getting as low as $1,530 in June of 2012. It righted itself, rising to $1,800 in October of 2012. But the upward momentum failed to hold. And gold began a multi-year correction that didn't end until December 2015, when it closed just above $1,000 an ounce. Since then, and this book is about 2.5, 3 years old, since then, proceeding in fits and start, gold has been in a strong overall uptrend, one that has brought it at the present time to more than $1,500 an ounce. Let me just get the gold price right now. My computer's. Wow, 2002-12. So the bull market continues. As with the first gold market, there's a significant tie-in between gold and commodities. I don't think it's coincidental that gold bottomed as China was joining the World Trade Organizations. Investors correctly had assessed that once China joined the WTO, there would be no holding back this emerging economic powerhouse. China's growth foretold large future demand for commodities, and indeed, gold's initial upleg coincided with sharp gains in commodities, with everything from copper to corn soaring to record highs. But I believe this time around, the uptrend in commodities has exhibited a qualitatively different nature from their rise as compared to their rise in the 1970s. In this century, the outlook for commodities no longer depends on scarcity stemming from ultimately evanescent political events such as the Vietnam War. With China's rise, fundamental scarcities have come into view. One telling sign is how commodities acted in the wake of the 2008-2009 financial crisis. Not surprisingly, commodities dropped sharply, as did every major asset class other than bonds. It is striking, though, that even at their lowest points, in the midst of the worst economic carnage since the Great Depression, every major commodity was trading above its average price of the 1990s. Every major commodity, even in the low points after the financial crisis, was trading above its average price of the 1990s. The message is that by the middle of the 2000s, even during the Great Recession, during which demand had sharply receded, it no longer was a given that there always would be enough commodities to go around. And that's my view. As long as we have a world population wanting to live like North Americans used to live. What about the second leg of the 2000 bull market, which started in 2015. Between the end of 2015 and early 2016, raw industrials and oil both bottomed and then rose fairly steadily until trade tensions broke out in mid 2018. Since then, as of this writing, both are holding well above their 2015-2016 lows. I'd say there's about 5 years since he wrote this. Despite the worsening tit-for-tat tariffs between the United States and China that have cut projections for global growth to the lowest level since the end of the Great Recession, that gold has maintained its upward trajectory in the face of lower projections for for global growth can be interpreted in two ways. On the one hand, it could mean that the metal is signaling that the trade war will be resolved, allowing global growth to pick up and demand for commodities to rise. We might have the answer to that one. This is the inflationary scenario. On the other hand, it could signal that gold investors are seeking a haven in fear that the trade war will send the world into a deflationary spiral. Dr. Lieb leans strongly toward the first interpretation. He leans toward the idea that we're going to get global growth going again. But gold is both a deflationary and inflationary hedge. And the current period clearly points up the dual nature. All right, why is gold special? I'll skip all that for now. We'll come back to that another time. Okay. I might as well read this because I just happened to open to it. This gentleman, Dr. Lieb, believes gold will be the backing for a new reserve currency, pushing gold prices far higher. Of that much, I'm certain. And I've followed Dr. Lieb for 20 years. He is really good. But the precise form the new system will take will only become clear over time. Okay, let's just move on. In chapter 3, I described gold's many special qualities, which have made it prized over the centuries. Here is one to note, which is particularly relevant to gold's role as a reserve currency. Unlike other metals, which have extensive industrial uses and therefore get used up, the amount of gold in the world is relatively fixed. Only about 10% of gold that is produced goes to industry, and those applications have readily available substitutes. Because gold is relatively indestructible, even gold put to industrial use can be recycled. Gold's main use is as a store of value, whether in the form of bars, coins, or jewelry. The Gold Council, believes that virtually all the gold that has ever been mined remains part of the world's inventory. I thought the Anunnaki took it home with them. How much gold is this? Estimates of the gold above ground range from 175,000 to 195,000 metric tons. Below ground reserves, according to the United States Geographical Survey, are about 54,000 metric tons. So the reserves below ground are, a quarter of the above ground gold. As gold prices rise, so will estimates of below ground reserves. And that, you understand that. as the prices rise, projects that are more expensive in dollar terms, oil terms, manpower, other costs become economic. And so the reserves can rise. But at $1,500, $1,600 gold, there's about a quarter of the above ground gold under, in yet to be mined. Jewelry accounts for half the above ground gold, or a bit above 90,000 metric tons. Reported gold holdings of central banks are a bit above 34,000 metric tons. Use in industry accounts for less than 20,000 metric tons. The remainder is dedicated to private investments, such as coins and bars, stored in vaults, and in ETFs, exchange-traded funds. Most analysts who expect that gold will play a monetary role focus on central bank holdings, but I think that even jewelry will start to come into play as higher gold prices tempt people to sell gold necklaces and bracelets. These are ballpark estimates. So one of his theories, which I also agree with, we are near peak gold. Although gold is still being mined, growth in production has begun to slow sharply, and the cost of production has been increasing. For the foreseeable future, the amount of gold above ground will dwarf potential gold reserves underground. All right, so then let me quickly read about the International Bank of Settlements. I want to skip a lot of this. I want to just get to his price. All right, okay, I have to read it. The Bank of International Settlements is the central bank for central banks. That's what they call it. They have a new set of recommendations. They don't highlight these, but there is one. The critical line appears on page 32 of a 162-page 2017 white paper. It reads, quote, a 0% risk weighting will apply to 1, cash owned and held at the bank or in transit, 2, gold bullion held at the bank or held in another bank on an allocated basis to the extent the gold bullion assets are backed by gold bullion liabilities. That recommendation took effect in 2019. If it strikes you as opaque, good eyes, good call. I'll try to deconstruct what it authorizes and why it's significant. A bank, like any other company, carries assets and liabilities on its balance sheet. Bank assets include loans, bonds, equities, cash, and gold. In calculating how safe or risky a bank is, the Bank of International Settlements assigns assets degrees of risks, with some assets viewed as having zero risk. These include cash, and since March 2019, they also include some gold. Unlike assets that pre-2008, which had been deemed low risk and then failed, turning out to be not such a low risk, gold and cash cannot fail. However, gold can fluctuate in value, which from a shorter terms perspective can be viewed as a risk. In the past half a century, gold has swung from $35 an ounce to $800, then to $250, and as of this writing to $1,500 an ounce. These are big swings with many fluctuations in between. On the positive side, gold has no counterparty. If a bank holds gold, the bank does not depend on someone else to pay it back. Or they don't depend on someone who might skip town. All right, here's something that Meekers, you probably think about. The longer term history on gold side relative to the dollar, during the last 50 years in which gold went from $35 to $1,500, the dollar's purchasing power relative to gold went from $1 purchasing 1/35th of an ounce to its purchasing today of 1/1500th of an ounce. And now it's 1/2000th of an ounce. Still, all right, let's keep going. Let's go to the bank's balance sheet. The left-hand side shows assets. The right-hand side shows debt. Deposits are an important component of debt. The Bank of International Settlements refers to gold liabilities. This term may strike some Westerners as puzzling, but Easterners would readily grasp it. Gold liabilities are simply deposits, savings deposits, demand deposits, denominated not in cash, but in gold. These are common in Eastern banks. All right, I want to skim along. He's pointing out that when the price of gold goes down, it helps banks since it's and there are still risks, but their liabilities go down. Okay, is there enough gold? Speculating about a new gold-backed monetary system, a central question is how the world store of gold matches up against the gold such a system would need. Answering this question goes to the heart of why I expect gold prices to soar. This is Dr. Stephen Lee. Let's figure that the above ground gold amounts to 190,000 metric tons, slightly above the midpoint of the consensus estimates given earlier. Gold's current price amounts to, well, when he wrote this, amounts to about $51.60 per gram of gold. That makes a metric ton of gold worth about $51.6 million. Multiplying this by 190,000 metric tons extant, you get $8.9 trillion worth of gold in the world at the present moment, which was basically 5 years ago. This is a big number. $9 trillion worth. And it's up at least 20%, 25%. Call it a quarter. It's up another 25% from there. But let's go with his numbers because I can't think on my feet quickly enough. This is a big number, but it's not nearly enough for gold to do all that it will be called on to do in the coming years. For gold to take on those jobs, the price will have to rise significantly. The jobs of backing currency. Note that I said jobs plural. Backing a new reserve currency that can ensure a more stable global system will be one of the jobs. But I expect there will be other jobs as well. Gold will come into play in helping the world deal with the huge, and it is huge, amount of debt that permeates the global financial landscape. I think it's $400 trillion that we know about. 400 trillion. 400 trillion with a T. It will also play a role. And remember, the GDP, I think the high on the GDP was 55 trillion a year. That's a whole lot of shaking going on. Gold will also play a role as the world is forced to spend vast sums chasing down dwindling resources like oil and gas and copper, and food, clean water. And clean blood, resources that are an essential bridge to a world less dependent on those finite resources. As resource scarcities become more evident, gold will be seen as the asset best suited to mediating them, mediating the scarcities amongst resources. This role is one of the most powerful arguments for a gold-backed monetary system. Any currency backed by paper would fail as a pricing mechanism for scarce assets as countries race to print more paper. Coming to a theater near you. China's continued, and this has been my argument for a while. I believe the status quo's been held because I don't think China is finished accumulating with their desire to accumulate gold. Anyway, China's continued accumulation of gold positions it to lead in crafting a new system which will address these challenges. How much gold does China have? I can offer only two answers with any certainty. One, it has a lot. No shite Sherlock. And two, it has more than it's telling us. The rest is all guesswork. But the best guess is that China may have more gold than any country in the world. China remains the largest miner of gold, mining around 400 tons a year. It also imports a lot of gold coming through Hong Kong and other Chinese ports. Since the beginning of the decade, that's 2010, Chinese production plus known imports, Hong Kong and Switzerland, have averaged about 1,500 metric tons a year. 1,500. Russia, too, is producing gold. And China obtains gold from other countries as well. On top of this is gold imported by China's central bank, the People's Bank of China. The official PBOC gold figure is 2,000 metric tons as its holdings. But this is likely significantly understated. Most analysts, including Bloomberg, believe the actual figure is at least 3,000 metric tons and possibly a lot higher. But then you need to include the gold in China before the decade started. A final factor is that almost all the gold in China, like Las Vegas, stays in China. Remember, it is forbidden to export gold from China other than from free trade zones. Exports from those zones are known to be de minimis, tiny. What does this all add up to? Most estimates of Chinese gold usually start around 20,000 metric tons and run as high as more than 30,000 metric tons. Based on my calculations, a total of 25,000 metric tons or even 30,000 metric tons rings true. And you all know what the United States is rumored to have. "55% of China's gold find its way into the hands of the public. We don't own that much. Banks buy gold. All right, I'm going to skip. Skip. Okay, here. My guess is the new system will start to take shape as China gains somewhat more power over the pricing of oil. Do you see why the Middle East is scary? What's happening? Saudi Arabia isn't all that impressed with breakfast at Bernie's. Oh, wow. This will likely happen once Saudi oil contracts no longer specify payment in dollars. Wow. As I discussed in chapter 12. Oh, that's happening. Okay. Each country will be expected to have on hand an amount of gold which corresponds in some way to its new share of the special drawing rights, SDR. A country with insufficient gold holdings could borrow gold and pay it back over time. China, no doubt, would be willing to lend gold to some of its Eastern trading partners. Okay, let's skip some. When I started in this business, the Fed did everything in secret. China, thanks to all the gold it has accumulated and its leading position in blockchain technology, has positioned itself to breathe life into this new special drawing rights. All right, so here's the question, Meekers. How high can gold go? At the end of the day, it's the end of the day. Okay, so Dr. Lieb is more than willing to speculate how high gold can go. I noted earlier that gold's present value of 8.9 trillion isn't nearly enough to back this new SDR. So I will start by speculating how high gold would need to go to carry out this one job that gold will require to do. The gold that is immediately available for worldwide monetary use, meaning parked in central banks, amounts to 32,000 metric tons. At today's gold price, it's higher now, but when this was written, of just under 1,500 an ounce, or $51 per gram, this would provide 1.5 trillion to back international trade. This is a far cry from the total amount of the world's imports or exports, they balance out today, which amounts to about 25 trillion. This is about 5 years ago. To provide backing for all international trade, gold, listen to this, Meekers, listen to this. Gold would have to rise. I'm going to start at the beginning. To provide backing for all international trade 5 years ago, gold would have to rise to about $24,000 an ounce. $24,000 per ounce. In other words, gold price would have to rise 16-fold from 1,500. We're already up now, so I guess gold would have to rise 10x from where it is now. Now, before you start dreaming of waking up one fine morning and realizing that your gold holdings have risen 16-fold, the process will be gradual. It won't happen all at once. Once oil is denominated in currencies other than dollars, US dollars, other commodities would have to follow, and then other goods and services. Somewhere along the line, the crypto blockchain SDR would have to be created, and not all countries would join at first. So the bad news for gold investors is that they will need a lot of patience. And Meekers, that's why you're asking about stocks, miners. The good news is that gold's ultimate stopping point will likely be far higher than 24,000. I think it's 40,000, he says, but let's find out. I don't remember. Why? Because gold, remember, won't just be used to back the SDR. It will also be used to back domestic currencies. And that provides a whole new tailwind for gold. Bloomberg's intelligence team, they have one, looked at a similar question in mid-2015, asking how high gold would have to go simply to back the yuan. Which one? The Chinese yuan. The study assumed that China would use 10,000 metric tons to back up its ready accessible money known as M2. It concluded, listen to this, it concluded that gold would have to trade, Meekers, at $65,000 an ounce. Bloomberg's intelligence team assumed that China would use 10,000 metric tons to back its M2 money and concluded gold would have to trade at $65,000 an ounce. How would the numbers pan out if not just the one, but all the world's M2 currencies were backed by gold? And we used a more realistic and expansive estimate for the amount of gold involved. That was maybe a small amount of gold. Let's assume 70% of all the world's gold was used for this purpose. Under these assumptions, the relationship between M2 and GDP suggests that M2 would be around 140 to 150 trillion dollars worldwide, 140 to 150 trillion. And 70% of the world's above ground gold would amount to about 130,000 metric tons. This points to the price of gold rising to above $35,000 an ounce. This points to the price of gold rising to above $35,000 an ounce. And I've quoted it before on this channel at 40,000. So above 35, that's pretty good memory I had. Now, on the one hand, more gold will be mined. On the other hand, resource scarcities will drive M2, money, higher too, the volume of money higher too. My guess is the rise in M2 will be greater than the value of the additional gold, meaning that 35,000 would not be gold's stopping point. If I'm at all correct in my assumptions and calculations, we are looking at what arguably will be the greatest bull market of all time, Meekers. The greatest bull market of all time. And I'm sorry that these trades haven't worked. So, because this is where I was going to say, take 10%, take 15% of your profit and go here. I think we have to start acting without our gains and do this. The consequences of missing out on this bull market, the gold bull market, won't just be a matter of letting an opportunity pass you by. The consequence could be financial devastation. Well, all right. China's debt is, let's not focus on that right now. We'll talk about that another time. All right. Now, what you asked me, Meekers. All right. How do you invest in gold? I'll skip this part, but you can buy physical gold, and we'll talk about that later. You know, you can buy a bar, which is expensive, rounds or coins. The best known mints are the US Mint, the Royal Canadian Mint, Perth in Australia, and the South African Mint. The most popular coins are the American Eagle, the Canadian Maple Leaf, and the South African Krugerrand. Anyway, coins sell at a premium to bars. Anyway, we'll go over the physical stuff. For now, if you want to do it in your account, I would look at the Sprott Asset Physical Gold Trust. Okay, so Meekers, I want to go to the miners because that's where we're going to have to go, is to the miners. There's three asset classes which are under their all-time highs. Gold isn't, but the miners are, gold and silver miners. The price of silver, and every stock we're in. Okay, so Meekers, listen to this. If you invest in the right mining companies, you can ultimately make 40 to 50 times your money. This is why I was excited and still am excited by what's ahead of us. I just think it's time to switch gears, or at least get ready. Of course, there are no guarantees. Okay, so Dr. Lee, when it comes to investing in gold, I admit that my personal preference runs to miners. The best situated Meekers, the best situated miners offer the greatest leverage to gold's gains. They are easy to buy. Some even pay a dividend. You have a range of choices. The key, of course, is to pick the right miners and to be diversified. I'm gonna skim along this. Well, I'll come back to it over, I'm sure, many, many times, and not just from Dr. Lee. But there's the junior miners. The gold investments with the biggest potential rewards are the small mining companies, who are known as the junior miners. These are companies who own or have significant stakes in properties known to contain gold and often other precious metals, but haven't yet started mining operations. Many are still in the midst of the long and multi-stage process of obtaining environmental permits and etc. Because they are not yet generating earnings, they still need funding, which, you know that world. Some junior miners will fall by the wayside, but the ones who make it will reward you many times over, greatly leveraging the rise of gold itself. Okay, let's skip a little bit. All right, number one. Write this down, Meekers. Are you saying, can you just answer my question? Yes, I'm starting to answer your question. Number one, if Dr. Lieb had to pick just one junior miner to recommend, Nova Gold Resources would be the clear choice. It is likely the world's largest junior miner, and once it has developed, it will become one of the world's largest miners. The Donelin mine, in terms of measured reserves and resources, is the largest undeveloped gold deposit in the world. It's Alaska-based. It's in the Kuskokwim gold belt, and they've been producing gold in that belt for a long time. Most of the gold came from placer mining, which means gathering up the gold which lies on the surface or in streams. Placer mining is simple process. Anyway, I'm going to skip all that. Come down here. In developing Donlin, Nova Gold has a heavyweight partner, Barrick Gold. And I think, Meekers, if you don't own Barrick Gold, that's where you start. The symbol is GOLD, G-O-L-D, but he'll mention that later, I'm sure. One of the world's largest minings. They're 50-50 on this project. Based on the current estimates of mineable gold, and with gold at its current price of 1,500 Meekers, which it's now at 2,200, Nova Gold's net present value, which already incorporates its capex, is $6 billion. That's currently, at the time of this writing, and I'll try to do a better job, that's 2.5 times the current capitalization of the stock. There's other miners that have better rates of return, but they don't have the upside potential of Nova Gold, and they don't have the leverage to higher gold prices just out of volume, and they can ramp up production fairly well. Okay, listen to this, because I have to get back to some of you, and I was going to do that today, but I went live instead. John Dorba is a retired University of Nevada professor. He notes that gold reserve estimates for Nevada, you've heard of Nevada, probably the most prolific gold producing state of the 48 contiguous states, have climbed to 8-fold since 1990. In Donelin, which is the Nova Gold project, where very little exploration is done, the reserve estimates might go up by 10 times. So there's a lot of upside there. So could you make 100 times on your investment, Meekers, in Nova Gold over the next decade? Maybe not. But I can tell you that I hate asking stupid questions. And from everything I see, that's not a stupid question. You could make 100 times. All right. So that's one. There's another one. That's all or nothing. I'm going to skip that one because it's all or nothing. And right now, I'm not ready to tell you about all or nothing. I'm going to skip. I'll come back to these. And I'll skip these. I don't want to recommend stocks that could blow up in your face without having studied it a little bit more. Okay, so now, Meekers, big cap miners. For the greatest leverage, and this is where I'll end it. It's 1, 2, 3 pages basically, and I'll end it here for the time being. Big cap miners. For the greatest leverage to rising gold prices, The junior miners are your ticket. But there's nothing wrong with owning large cap, more established miners. Now, my experience, Meekers, in oil and gas is that the bigger companies move first and they go to overvaluation. Then the secondary, tertiary, quaternary, whatever it is, they move sort of as a waterfall. But you've got to get overvaluation in the top ones first. Why? Because the hedge funds, the mutual funds, the overpaid investment bankers, they go there first because they're blue chip. As gold prices rise, the gold that the majors continue to produce will bring in more money and generate rising profits. You give up the leverage of when you're in a junior gold company that's not producing a lot. Every increase in production is huge leverage. With these big boys and girls, that's not the case. But as gold prices rise, you get massive leverage, particularly since these stocks are still not trading at all-time highs. The 3 large cap gold stocks I recommend should have no trouble keeping up with the metal and will very likely outperform gold prices. Newmont and Barrick. Newmont, NEM, Barrick, which is gold, are the 2 heavyweight gold miners. You won't go wrong with either 2. I prefer Newmont. And remember, if you buy Nova Gold, you're already in it with Barrick. Newmont's recent merger with Canada's Gold Corp will translate into a roughly 43% jump in gold production to nearly 7.5 million ounces a year. Newmont has the highest capital budget in the industry and a history of generating high returns. There's reason to expect it to succeed. I recommend Barrick. John Thornton, I have a friend who went to school with John Thornton, was up to the task of reducing the company's bulging debt. Barrick merged with Randgold, and Mark Bristow took over for Barrick. Listen to this. One of Barrick's best shots at rising production comes from its highly productive mines in Nevada. And that's the gold project I want to show you guys that sent to me your email. And then I'll introduce you to the company. And then the third major gold company is Franco-Nevada. The symbol is FNV. It has a different business model. It's a royalty company and mainly in gold, but it has some other exposure. They give cash to startups and in return they get royalties. All right, it has a pristine balance sheet. I'm going to leave it there. And I want to check one thing. No, they don't have it here. I also want to tell you, Meekers, in the big cap area, and it's not something that he talked about. So I'll have to find it in another book that I studied. But I would recommend Freeport-McMoRan, which is in the copper area. And then we'll go into oil and gas because you're going to want to be into oil and gas. I read From China's Rise and the New Age of Gold by Stephen Lieb and Donna Lieb, PhD. China's rise and the new age of gold. All right, so Meekers, you didn't expect that long an answer, did you? No, but you got it. I really want to tell you guys, if you're still listening, that we have to shift to commodities. We just have to do it. If you want to see filings on any stock, you can go to OTC markets, type in the symbol, and I think it's called disclosures. It might say filings, but I think it says disclosures. Who's this? David. Oh, thank gosh. You got your NBH certificate today and you feel good about it. You're welcome. I'm glad you got it. I called in today again, and so frustrating. She told me it'll be between 7 and 15 business days. So I've got to wait. I said, you do have the shares, don't you? By the way, it's not as much as I thought. It's 1,250 shares, not 1,400. So 1,250. But still, it's worth the trouble. She said, yes, we have the shares. They're being sent. It'll be the soonest that I can expect it is the 5th of April. And the latest, I think she said, I didn't write it down, but I think she said the 20th, maybe something like that. So I guess I'll get my shares in April of Nextbridge. She also, they are processing by signature that I had to send in mail. It sounds like pretty quickly they'll process the release of the stamp from my dividend shares. Who's the insider that sold how much? 300,000? I don't have no idea. Did he do it in one trade? I have no idea. As you know, they gave shares to a charity. It could have been them. It also could just be that you're adding up numbers for a period of time. The insiders can sell 1% of their holdings every month, and they're pretty much doing that. Why do they do that, Brian? Because they're not making any cash. I don't know. People like cash. That's how they keep wives. That's how they help their children. All right, I'm already at the intro. So let's go down to the bottom. I'm going to bored everybody with gold, but I want to know that I've been telling you about it. I think the single biggest thing you've got to focus on, or if you want to, is the world is going to change for Americans, North Americans. It's going to change. And I've tried to get investors into gold, into oil and gas. People don't want to listen. All commodities, but our world is going to be rocked in the future. War might forestall it, but the next war we have, there won't be soldiers so much. There won't be tanks so much. There isn't enough oil. And I hope we don't go to war. That's Freeport McNamara. Oh, the tickers. I'll give you the tickers. The three big boys, which is where you should start. Boys and girls. I don't mean to be sexist. Are Barrick Gold, which is GOLD. My computer is. Yeah. GOLD stock. Gold It is trading. I'm going to use Yahoo. GOLD is Barrick Gold, and that would be where I would go first. Me. Dr. Lieb likes Newmont Mining first. I don't think you can go wrong with any one of them. The high in the year is $20.75. It's trading at $16. It pays a dividend of 0.5%. The symbol there is GOLD. And then the next one is Newmont Mining, which is actually called Newmont Corporation. The symbol is NEM, NEN. And the 52-week high is $52.76, below $29. It's currently trading at $35 a share. And the dividend is just under 3%. So that the symbol for Newmont Mining, Newmont Corporation, is N as in Nancy, EM. And then let me just see if I can find Nevada. Franco Nevada is Frank Nancy Victor, FNV, Frank Nancy Victor. That's $117 a share. The 52-week range is 102 to 161. And the dividend is 1.2%. Franco Nevada. Now that is a royalty company, and man, it's had a nice run. It's had a nice run, but it's still sold off from its all-time highs. The other one, it's Nova Gold. Now, my problem is there's a company I invested in with a very similar name. So let me look up. Yeah, Nova Gold. I wonder if it's been bought. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I invested in. Wow, there's several of these. Which the symbols are all different. I invested in a Nova Gold out of Australia. All right, anyway, let's see if this is it. Yeah, that's not the one you want. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Let me just make sure. I'm sorry, Lee. The Nova, I had a pretty large position in a company with a very similar name, so it confuses me. Let me see if he gives the. He doesn't give the symbol. Nova Gold Research. Yeah, that's it. The symbol is NG. NG. As in Nova Gold. John Paulson picked up a stake. All right. So the price on this one, Nova Gold Resources, is $2.76. The low on the year is $2.23. The high is $6.68. There's no dividend. But Nova Gold Resources, NG. I'm glad you like the transition. I'm not sure everybody's going to, but for me, I'm not going to leave anything behind, but I've got to fight boredom, and I've got to fight tendency to be dismissive and sarcastic and all those things I have. Just out of sheer repetitiveness, at least this is new. But I think this is the most important thing. I came back from London. I got into real estate. My partners, once they met each other, said, "What do we need Bill for?" And they just cut me out, and that's how it rolls. That's life. But I saw real estate as a huge opportunity to make money, but with the goal of building positions as we've just described. And I, you know, well, I don't know. If you didn't sell it, Matt, you were never rich, right? That's the trickiest thing about stocks. When they're up, you if you don't sell, if you don't book your profit, do you really have that profit? I'll leave that question to Jean-Paul Sartre. But yes, I think I think that just depends on your time frame and how much you own, but I think you're going to do just fine in finger. If I had to guess, and it's a pure guess, it's pure speculation, but it's been a long time since the September 11th filing of a shelf registration. I mean, that's a lot of time. And on Wall Street, schlubs like me would get judged every month. But I think the big wankers get judged every quarter. And guess what's coming up? The end of a quarter. So I think you're going to see some news, Matt, on finger, but that's pure speculation on my part. The interview I did, and then Martin Shen did an interview with another gentleman, and I'm forgetting his name right now, lays out the various steps that are coming. So my answer is yes. I think Finger's they have no intention of selling stock and rewarding the cheaters on Wall Street. They have plenty of cash flow. And anyway, my answer to your question is yes. I don't know, Laura, much about pot. I've never been a drug user, other than caffeine, love, and alcohol. But I wouldn't get involved in cannabis. What's any one company's edge? Supply is nearly unlimited. Just grow more. And there's always the threat of government fiat and taxation, or RJR Reynolds comes along and buys them out. So I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I don't know if it's going to boom, but it's just an area that doesn't grab my interest. And despite the fact that it's legal everywhere, and despite the fact that, girlfriends of mine or friends that happen to be girls or guys tell me, "Hey, it's organic," I don't think it's good for you. But I'm not judging. I mean, caffeine, alcohol, stress, worry, falling in love, these things aren't good for you either. So I have no judgment to give. It's none of your business. But I apologize. I said at the beginning he wasn't going to come on. So But I also said earlier that he was with his family and with his son. So if your time frame, you got more than one thing going on, you can't even write out a full sentence, I apologize. Get high in life. I don't know. I find life has its ups and downs. Life's ups and downs. The times and few. I don't know. I was just always scared of drugs. That's all. I don't know. I've never found falling in love good in the long run. But you can love your dog. You're not in love with your dog, but you can love your dog, and that's good. Well, RW, I'm not going to read that out, but I'm going to agree with you. I don't know how quickly, but this guy I follow, Martin Armstrong, he has it all turning to shite, I think, by 2032. And it's quite possible that, I mean, regardless of which side of the political aisle you're on, whether you just can't stand the orange man and you love the elegant suits of the current president, or if you're the opposite way, when the country is basically 50-50, and I mean, let's back it off from the Democrats. Let's just talk about the Republicans have a 1-seat majority in the House, and one party tries to drive through an agenda on the rest. At some point, the rest say, screw this, I'm out of here. And that's what probably will happen. Yeah, I guess. I don't know much about it. And I'm in this phase of my life where, and I'm not judging anybody. It certainly didn't seem to hurt Willie Nelson or Paul McCartney or friends of mine. So I'm not judging. It's just anyway, I don't know much more to say about it. I don't think it has. I wish people didn't smoke it before they were 21 or 22, because your brain's not fully developed and your emotions are barely developed by then. But whatever, I can't. Well, look at George Burns. He smoked cigars until 100. But these are the anomalies, you understand that. But that's good for you. That means you're stop listening to him. I don't listen to him. I read him. I tried CB. I mean, when I was trained at Merrill Lynch, I forget the gentleman that came in, a really famous guy that worked there, but he came in and over several weeks, he taught us how to research and get our ideas. And one of the main things was to follow a lot of people. And that's what I try to do. And then one will have a hot hand, and maybe for a long time, but then it'll shift to someone else. And you've got to be willing to cut and run. I learn a lot by following him, but he's not the only person I follow. Hey, Peter. Thank you. Let's go down to the bottom again. I know. I know. You missed me. Um, uh, there's a subset of the stocks I've been talking about for a while that I'm not going to talk about. Why is that? Because I think that when I talk about them, it encourages the criminals, the bullies, the cowards to come out and short the stocks. And so I'm just going to be quiet for a while on some of them. I think in that subset of stocks, there is one stock which will move first and the highest. And I'm not going to talk about that stock, Laffy. Let me go up to where I catch up with all you guys. Yeah, copper, the place to start is Freeport McMoran. What is the symbol for that? Let me look. I almost can remember it. FCX, FCX, FCX. Yeah, I know, Lee. That's the risk. No, you didn't miss him. He wasn't coming on today. Yeah, the Noble Gold ticker I just gave you, but I'm going to check it again because I owned a similar company. NG. NG. Those are the three safe ones. Gold, which is Barrick, Newmont, NEM, and Franco-Nevada, which the symbol is Franco-Nevada is very expensive, but those are the three safest. I don't want to get it wrong. Yeah, I remembered it. Frank, Nancy, Victor, Franco-Nevada, FNV. Those are the three safest. Yep. Sorry about that, Laffy. That's pretty good, Susan. I'm not going to talk about it. That's great. I think that's also true. Here, but I'm not an accountant. I would check. I think you're right. I think the way it's trading, it seems like they have one more deal in place or financing in place. And what's hard to tell a board is they're just selling your stock, giving you your own money. And the reason this happens is because Adriana's marketplace, the NASDAQ, is a joke compared to before she came in charge of it. CEOs can't find the way to issue their own stock themselves. He could have issued the stock himself. He doesn't need these pretenders in between. But what they do is they sell it down and then they're going to hand him his own money. But I think he's learning. I really do. I think he's smart. I think his compassion or his passion or his care is for his shareholders. I do not think he's greedy. I think he's honest and very hardworking. I talked about CAUD. I think it looks like there's a deal coming, but that won't. At some point, the revenues and cash flows will join in. He's got to find a way to not use whoever it is, in my judgment, who sabotaged the deal, you know. But I think he's getting a lot of advice. It's just algorithmic trading, which is, that's like saying that when Paul Bunyan goes in and chops down the big forest, it's just the axe. Yeah, okay. It's the axe chopping down the trees or the big saw or it's the blue ox, but it's Paul Bunyan making the decisions. And anyway. Well, you know who else does it is Indians. You know, India. Hey, Scott. Total eclipse of the sun. Well, you walked into the party like you were walking onto a yacht. Your hat was strategically paid. One eye in the mirror and I don't know if I'm not going to read that out. 8K to invest. 8 days a week. I love you. 8 days a week is not enough to show I care. Ooh, I need your love, babe. There's not enough information there, Bill, to, what's your time frame? What percentage is it of your portfolio? So I can't give you financial advice. But if I had 8 grand right now, I think you could make 5 to 10 times on your money in logic. But you're going to say, that's down. But anyway, I think that's right. I think they are going to get a deal done. I think they've already been working on it. And they're not going to announce it until the deal is binding. So is it this week? No. Is it next week? Probably not. Is it a month? Could be. But anyway, that's one place I would do it. I'd probably spread things out a little bit. I think CAUD makes sense, but I think that has to be more of an accumulation. I think Northwest Bio makes sense, but I think that's an accumulation instead of a trade. I assume you're looking for a trade. There's a handful of these stocks that I'm just not going to talk about, but if you remember some of the ones I spoke about over the last weeks, I would probably do a little bit of each of the 2, 3, 4 of those. Just do a little bit. I still like HNRC, even though the stock can't get up off the floor. I believe they're going to pay a dividend soon, and we're closer to it than we were before. These are trades. Everything is down in the dumps. And then, of course, I think Finger. I see what I can't tell with Finger is if they can drive it a little bit lower, and they might be able to. So if you come in here, maybe they get it down somewhat, and they're going to all be gloating on the Twitterati. They're so great. They're all just scum. They don't have the restrictions you have. They can sell stock they don't own. They don't even need money. And they get paid $7 to post each response. It's all a scummy business. But so anyway, it could go lower, but I think Finger is going to be a brilliant stock to hold if you can just put in your head that you're going to hold it for a long time. And I do want to look at revisit the whole GoLogic RCRT thing, but I don't have enough specifics to give to you. So if I were looking to do something, I think if you had $8,000, maybe you put a certain amount, let's say half, in Finger. And I think Finger is going to double or triple from here without any squeeze involved at all. So you know that maybe that $4,000 will become 8 or 10 or 12 over the next few months, regardless of any squeeze. So you're going to get your 8 back that way. And then with the other 4, you can allocate it to 2 or 3 or 4 stocks. And if you're looking for trades rather than accumulation, there's a handful of stocks I just don't want to talk about, but you've heard them if you've been listening. I think you can pick the 1 or 2 or 3 of those that you like the best. And like I say, I think Logic at a penny or so, they're going to announce a reverse merger. This has been in the news. It's been in press releases. It's been and all that is, the de-SPAC that Aubrey Advisors handled, they had over a year to do, was a complete disaster. And I understand they're good people and their word is their bond. So they must have been blindsided. They've done over 100 of them. They must just not had somebody on their team to let NASDAQ know that there might be 1 or 2 day window where there weren't enough shares, but that was going to correct itself automatically. Somebody called in and cratered the stock from 38 downward. But no one knew at Aubrey Advisors to call into FINRA. Their lawyers didn't know, and the rest of us couldn't trade. And somehow Aubrey Advisors, who's done over 100 SPACs, and they've got some serious firepower, brain power, they didn't think that CAUD would need any money. So they raised $5 million with Polar Hedge Fund, and they gave half of it to the lawyers and half of it to the financial advisor, leaving the company with no money. It's a growth company whose whole business plan is to acquire other strong companies. They need capital. But Aubrey didn't have the bench that would think ahead and say, shouldn't we raise $7.5 million or 10 million? They're as good as their word. They're good people, but and then they had over a year to roll it out. I guess they were distracted by something, or they handed it to an intern. But in that disastrous, absolutely soul-crushing, mind-numbing disaster of a DSPAC, CAUD is under $1, which, if you remember, when I saw the deal back in August, I lost my cool, and I predicted it'd be under $1. Well, anyway, in that environment, all hands on deck had to address this I don't know what to call it, dumpster fire of a DSPAC. So the manpower that could be directed to Logic just wasn't there. But remember, Logic all along in that DSPAC was lined up to have a reverse merger candidate immediately. Well, I think the same players, whoever they were, wasn't Aubrey Advisors. Aubrey Advisors has done over 100, sponsored over 100 SPACs, so it couldn't have been them. And of course, they wouldn't give the deal to a bad actor, so Pilar must be great. And the guys that brought it in, Chandron, have done a lot of SPACs. So these are all great guys and girls. And what killed CAD must just be algorithms, computers gone wild. That's what it must be. Computers gone wild. So, and some collusion with market makers and, But anyway, whatever happened on that side, Logic, the progress there got interrupted, Bill. And we know that they had a candidate. Brent came on and said, and we know that at that time, what I remember, the value of that candidate was, my memory is 600 million. And, maybe you get 10% of that, 10 to 15%. Let's say, I don't know, let's say it's 500 million and you get 10% of it. That's 50 million in value comes to Logic. And if you assume there's, instead of using 150 million shares out, let's use 200 million, 50 million. Why? Because like CAUD, we have to assume, okay, 50 million divided by 200 million. That's 25 cents a share. A value. Now, what's the risk, Bill? The risk is it takes a few weeks to announce. Okay, so you have to wait a few weeks. The positive is the reason they're going to wait is to make sure it's a binding deal. Binding. You can't break it by moving the stock price. The other positive is once the deal's announced, Logic's not issuing any more shares. So you'll know the value. The third positive is there is a short position in Logic, whether it's real shorts or counterfeiters. Are they going to leave the stock here? How can they? If it's worth, I made this up. If it's worth 25 cents a share, the stock's going to go up. Does it go to 2 cents, which doubles your money? Or does it go to 5 cents, which multiplies your money by 5? Or does it go to, 10 cents, which gives you 10x? It's valued at 25 cents. They're going to have to do a lot of selling of counterfeit stock if they're going to keep it down. Now, remember, we as Logic shareholders are going to own a piece of New York or NASDAQ listed stock. And now there's a lot of risks, Bill. You've heard it all before. The valuation may not turn out the way they think. If the company needs to do another financing, maybe they go to the same crappy bear of financers out there. I don't know. That's one idea. The other one, I like HNRC, which is 2 cents. Why? Just to cut to the chase, they sold assets last year worth 15 cents cash. They've expanded the number of shares somewhat. They are in the middle of upgrading to uplisting. They are in the middle of a $10 million raise that's been going on for a year. So there's some risk, just like all the CEOs, they may have made a decision to go with these crappy bear of liars. But in November, that cash was worth 15 cents a share. Cut it down to, I don't know, 3 cents a share. If he announces a cash distribution of 3 cents a share, that's more than what the stock's trading for, number one. Number two, they are going to issue their ownership of HNRA, which is trade. That's another stock I would buy, Bill Cooper. If you want to split finger with something that's, I think, safe, these are all speculative. HNRA, $2 stock, or Wolf is another one. But HNRA, $2 stock, I think it's worth $10 or $15. The criminals already got the CEO to issue stock at $2, even though for over a year it was worth $11, $12. And the asset, the oil in the ground, didn't go anywhere. But that's their game. That's their game. They're practiced at their art of deception. But anyway, HNRC, if it distributes HNRA to us, I think that's worth at least 3 cents a share. So anyway, I like that one. 2 dividends coming up. You can look at the handful of stocks we've talked at before. I think all of those can have snapback rallies that are impressive. Just looking through. I mean, if you anchor your position with finger, I mean, you can spread it out across more than one, of course. But I'm intrigued a little bit, believe it or not, by our CRT. We're going to find out about that soon. And I'm not going to blather on because I can't remember the news story, and I don't really want to look it up. But our CRT, I think, is $2. And my memory is that could go a lot higher once the deal's all agreed, and I think it has been per the news announcements. I have to go check them. So I like that. Anyway, Bill, my basic strategy, if you had 8, I would take half and do it in somewhat conservative, even though all these are speculative. Finger makes a lot of sense to me, but maybe a Wolf, maybe a HNRA, or maybe another stock that you can think of that you feel is sort of none of this is sure. and I can't give you financial advice. But you know, on the fundamentals, these stocks are going to trade higher over time. So that if you put $4,000 into something that you think can double or triple just on its fundamentals, then you know that the remaining four that you sprinkle over 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or however many of these other plays, even if those all went to zero, you'd get your original money back. And you know, I would say my favorite in that area. Well, I have more than one favorite in that sort of safer space. Would be Finger. Wolf's a great story, and Lordy, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, those I like Northwest Bio too, but I don't know if I'd put it quite in that category. Anyway, it's a long answer. Oh, this is a good point, Mark. I'm glad you brought it up. This is the end of the quarter for the criminals. So I think there's a lot of selling in all of the stocks we've talked about. One, because it's the end of the month, but also because it's the end of the first quarter. So they can go to their investors, the co-conspirators, and say, hey, we're doing great. And you're right, come Monday, that pressure's gone. So you could have a lot of just natural uplift because some of the quarter ending and month ending selling has disappeared. It's very interesting. I don't know if you've been away the last 2 weeks. I've seen your name here. That's one of the ones I don't want to talk about. Well, I'll try to talk, Meekers, about physical and tangible assets. The one interesting, I don't want to, because we spent a lot of time on gold. One interesting idea is if you buy gold jewelry for yourself, your wife, your kids, just boring stuff like a necklace or a bracelet, but that maybe isn't beautiful, but has a high grade of gold in it. If you have to get out of town, or you have to hop a plane, or if you're going to drive to, I don't know, Toronto, you can carry wealth with you. Maybe not a lot, but maybe you carry 20 grand in assets across the border that you don't have to declare. And it gives you something to sell and get started in a new place. So well, that I think, who was Meeker's? Was Meeker the guy that was going to go find the fake crop report? Meeker. That's right, Pete. I also like the miners, but also if you can own income streams off of gold or oil and gas or other things that are whatever value those have now, they'll have that same value in whatever the new currency is. And that's another way. And that might apply to real estate if you have bought the real estate at a decent price and it's close to trains like metros. And or water boats, because I think one of the difficulties could be in the future, 2-hour commutes could be impractical in the future. Yeah, Friday is Good Friday. I have some propane tanks, but I don't have any propane in them. I guess I better go fill them up. I don't know what we've been in for the last 4 months, but it hasn't been fun. Tell you that much. That's why I just don't want to talk about in specific some of these stocks specifically. I think they listen and then they purposely do what Adina and Robert and Crawlworth and Goober allow them to do. Sell stock that doesn't exist. I'm always afraid to say that word out loud, Average Joe. I'm just afraid of it. So I'm not going to repeat it. All right, Average Trader Joe. Let's talk about it. Check it again tomorrow. I'll remember it because that's a pretty memorable symbol. I'm just not going to talk about these things. So you're going to have to pick up a lot of the slack from that bridge. That's interesting. Well, it's interesting, David. I've read that our economy is not in recession, but I trust your visuals on the ground. I don't think the government's giving us uh, real numbers either on purpose or maybe the data is not reflecting what's happening. Frank, you got it. That's it. You got it. Exactly. Frank, how come you can see that? Uh, and that the continents are a cat, and Adina cannot see it. Oh, that's who it was. Clarence Beeks. Clarence Beeks. Not breezy. Ugh. I was disappointed. I thought, okay, it wasn't. Yeah, I think it's going to affect the supply chain, but I think it has military uses and um, hazardous waste uses too. Yeah, the May Day was great. That was great that he did that. I don't know. That's one theory that, and I don't want to speculate it on it, but that's one theory that it makes sense to me. But uh, all I can say is we'll see. I mean, that's what they're attempting to try to cause. Oh man, the people that died. I read, of course, CB, you know that when the car hits the water, just because it's water, because of the velocity of the car, it's like it's hitting a concrete wall. Oh. You know, Norfolk is amazing. I haven't said that, but I guess I can. Wow. 5 years to rebuild? Because they'll do it stronger. I like Tulsi. I like Tulsi. That could be winged wolf. No, I didn't see it, but I like Tulsi. I went to see her speak down on the Lincoln Memorial a few months back, and way back I bought a bunch of stickers from her to put up when she was running. I like Tulsi. Larry Elder might be good. He might be good. He's a little bit polarizing. Tulsi, Tulsi. Tulsi. Tulsi, Tulsi. Tulsi. I don't know, Candy. I love your dog. I want to hug him if he let me. I think that if we were at war, that bridge collapse would be looked at as an act of sabotage. I think if there weren't so many random events like Ohio, like meat factories, the cattle fire in Texas, chicken hatcheries, it just seems like there's a lot of one-offs that seem, oh, it just happened. But these things didn't happen for decades, and now they're all happening at once. I mean, I don't like being a conspiracy theorist, so I'll just believe for now that everything is an accident. But it's a lot of stuff, and when you throw in that all of a sudden they go after this rap star, which they could have done at any time, it feels like distraction from something. I don't know. I don't know. There you go, ordinary. I don't think so. Kennedy's already picked an absolutely disastrous choice. A multi-millionaire, woke, DEI San Francisco attorney. I think Kennedy has lost any chance of being a serious contender. If Karnak. And here's, yeah, Crone or Telroy. I guess I'll look at those quickly. Then I'm going to go down and look at any comments, and then I'm going to hang up the call. All right. Telray. Yeah, it's a nice move in the stock. Let me go a little longer. But it's not out of the woods. But it looks like it might be getting there. So I would say with Talray, you've got to, depending on how you count this, this is the third attempt to break resistance. My guess is they'll pull it back, but maybe not. But if they pull it back, the next time it tries to go through here will be the fourth time. If it can break through, that stock could go to 3. And I would argue it's already broken through its resistance, and it could come back to as low as I don't know, $2, $2.10 without breaking down. And if it holds there and then rallies through the, I don't know what number that is, 250, 260, you're going to go to 3, and then you're going to have a hard time at 340. Maybe. I don't think that'll be a huge resistance. And then your next target will be $5. And maybe $9. Ask someone that knows more about charts than I do, but I think that looks like a reasonable trade. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to pull that back, but it should hold in the 210 range, something like that. And if it then were to rally back through 250, that's the fourth time. There's no reason. I mean, 3 looks like it's a stopping point, and maybe 5 more than 3, and maybe all this noise under 4. But I would then see it going to higher numbers. So I don't know what's going on with it, but I would see 9 and 13 as potentials. All right, what's the other one? CJ Crone released from the Red Sox. Oh, that one's better. That one has broken through these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's good. It's broken through 260 definitely. That one looks better. I would say it's obviously going to 3, but then 350, 1, 2, 3 times. So if it goes up to 350, it'll pause. If it breaks through there, what's that number? 425. I don't think there's much resistance. I would look for a number in the $657 range. So Christ is King. I guess that whole sector is starting to move, and maybe that I forget her name. Darn it, I can see her face. Maybe she's right to have pointed out Cannabis as a place to go. So maybe it is breaking out. Higher. Boom, boom, boom. Look, it's not has nothing to do with fundamentals. It's just a way of getting paid, I guess. I don't see large amounts. We know already they can do 1% a month. That's what I think it is. Let me not answer further than that because I want it. My dog wants to walk. I'll try to take a look and find out, but I'll have to go. It just takes time. You have to go to which you can do. You can go to the SEC website. But as far as I know, every single month for about a year, for about 9 months. They sell 1% a month. So it's not a surprise. And it has not, it's just a, I don't know what to call it. It's a salary plan almost. It has nothing to do. Well, I guess if we're all stoned, we can't be unhappy with the government. I don't know if it's too late to jump in, but I wouldn't chase it. I would not chase it. And I mean, where's it going to go? Double? Maybe. Yeah. Be careful with Tulsi. World Economic Forum. I don't know. Maybe she was, but she's a United States officer. She squares her shoulders. She stands for what she sees as right for the United States, not for herself personally. And she has courage. She has the courage to stand alone. There was another person that had that courage. His name was Winston Churchill. She has the courage to stand alone. She spoke up against the DNC when it was corrupted by HRC. And if a Democrat I read her book, Donna Brazil. I read her book, written by a Democrat. And Tulsi stood up to that. So I like Tulsi. Hey, Sideshow Bob. Who's the guy at the bottom of my cup of coffee? Is it a Roman Elvis Presley? I don't know. The first rock and roll singer? I don't know anything about AVTX, up 331%. So that's where people say, oh, these never go up. Too bad we're not in this one. AVTX breaking 20. AVTX. All right, we'll have to follow that one. Somebody mentioned that, didn't you? I didn't say that, Johnny Walker. I don't recall saying that, so I'm not going to answer it. I don't remember saying that at all. Well, maybe. Yeah, I like Scott. At some point, they're going to be bought out. You know my theory there. It's not my theory, but it's the one. My point is, it's the one I've adapted, which is you get all you need is two buyers, and the price goes up, 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 and somebody's going to buy them. AVTX, that's amazing. I'm glad Dave Calhoun is out. Dave Calhoun is the representation of all the wrong things. Yeah, I forget. Believe it or not, Barbara, I already forgot how I did it. But let me write those down. Blue 5. and elongated popsicle. That's when I knew I didn't want a popsicle. I just wanted to ride my motorcycle. I'll do it, Barbara. I forgot how to do it, but I watched a video and then I can do that again. Wow, that's great. They didn't say that to me. They didn't say that to me. But CB, every time I call in, I get different answers. They didn't say that to me. That shows they're in trouble. So maybe the gentleman who brought that up, and I'm forgetting, come end of April, might be right. Yeah, LGIQ, yeah. But it's it's just been down, down, down. So but it intrigues me. So is this all over now? That's how it feels. Luca, I don't know. I don't mean to make it feel anyway, but the one area that I think, I guess, over the years is the market tells you what's going on and you can wish it one way, but the bullies, the cowards, the brainless sellers, they're protected by Gary Gensler, Adina Friedman, Chuck E. Cheese, Cromwell, cocky British I got to get his name in my head better. Robert Cook and the prime brokers. And there is simply no enforcement or very little enforcement of the locate rule, the requirement to borrow, checking out whether market makers are bona fide, settlement, know your customer. I would argue the rule requiring disclosure if you own more than 5% of the stock is not followed. The absolute destruction of business plan after business plan after business plan. There's no curiosity. Well, for 3 years, I don't know if I've been fighting it, but I've been talking about it, trying to educate about it, trying to learn about it, going to Congress, writing, getting upset. Nothing happens, nothing changes. So, Luca, it's not that I'm saying these stocks are over. I will admit the criminals have been winning, and they've been winning for a long, long time. But in that, as you can see with this stock, AVTX, there is movement. But look at what I think's going on with me is I don't believe that we as investors, we as Americans, we as North Americans have much longer to get prepared for what I see coming. I don't know if it's in months or if it's in a couple of years, but soon this whole illusion we're living is going to be over with. Will it be popped by the next president? Will it be popped by oil prices? Will it be popped by interest rates? Will it be popped by the bond market going down? Will it be popped by the fact that no one believes in the US dollar anymore? Well, I don't know, but it's coming. And I've just run out of time to wait for one of these stocks to have a skyrocket while the multi-cats of the world gleefully abuse retail because the regulators do not enforce securities laws. And so it's not that I'm giving up. You have to recognize every single one of these stocks, every single company that takes money from Lynn Partners, every single company that takes money from Yorkville, every single company that takes money. I'm not going to mention Aubrey or Ionic because those are all good guys, but everybody that takes money from certain groups gets destroyed. Their business plan is destroyed. Every CEO that gets finally on NASDAQ, Adina Friedman, comes in and destroys. She stands on the shoulders of men before her. They were all men. And she destroys everything because she looks the other way. She's the market's Rachel Maddow. Maddow makes $35,000 a TV show to look the other way. That's what Adina Friedman does. So, Luca, the point is, you got to try to play the lay of the land in front of you. That's what you got to try to do. And I'm not saying your interpretation is not my interpretation of what I'm saying. But I just think I'm running out of time to try to get people. And, I wish that one of these had made all of us $100,000 each and we could be going in size, but we're not there yet. But anyway, I don't mean to give the interpretation that you have. 8 days a week. Really, Bill, I do care. No, they probably don't get real shares. Good for you, Lee. You're a pretty sharp feller. How does that joke go? You're a pretty sharp feller. That auto machine guy, Scotty Kilmer, I kind of liked that guy. I didn't know that was his name. Robert Cooling, if you're still there, I think your first goal with silver should be to buy as much as, to establish your position. So I wouldn't be focused on premium silver. I would buy junk silver. Junk silver's the first stuff to disappear. I'd buy bars are fine. But if you buy things in a package, if they're in a box or a roll, don't open it. If you want to feel something, buy 1 ounce extra so you can play with that one. But if you buy something that comes in a container that's sealed, don't open it. Because if silver were to go in some big spike, you're going to call and sell. They're going to have to count it. If you haven't opened it and you send it back to the same people, they'll do it much more quickly. So ounces, I made the mistake of not buying Bitcoin, which I regret, but I bought a great silver mining company. And I did the arithmetic, how many ounces do I own? Unfortunately, they got destroyed. They got a new CEO, went and raised money, believed all the horse shit from the lying, smiling faces, and got his market cap, his denominator destroyed. So I own very little, and that's those are anyway. You can buy miners as well, but I would recommend initially. I don't know how much money you have to invest, but coins, whether you buy junk coins or uh, uh, coins from the U.S. Mint or the Canadian Mint, Australian is good too. People recognize in Europe anyway. They recognize the Austrian Mint, the Philharmonics, but we live here, and the most recognizable is the eagle. So that's where I would start. And if you don't have a position, I wouldn't overpay. I wouldn't try to pay high premium. I would try to get the lowest premium possible because your goal is to own ounces. And along the lines, the Sprott Physical Silver Trust, I think it's PSLV, is trading at a discount. It doesn't have a premium. The benefits, Pilar, of transferring MMTLP shares to AST, which I'm doing. I'll try to limit it to 3 benefits. One is you know what you own. You know what you own. You will benefit from a sale of the company, which I don't see coming anytime soon. You will benefit from cash distributions, if any. I don't see any happening now, and I wouldn't recommend them. And you would also benefit from the little working interest and back ends that he's offering. So you'll know what you own. You have taken an action to resolve your own situation rather than waiting for this grand resolution that everyone's fighting for. That's number one. Number two, I think you will help, and I'm trying to in my own way, as soon as Greg McCabe knows that he's issued 100% of the available shares, roughly 165 million. You give him a tool to go into negotiation, to go into battle with against the other attorneys. Because right now, the liars, the apologists, the algorithm guys, the professors, the journalists, so-called, say, it's just a meme stock. It's all made up. But once 165 million shares are allocated, the hundreds of millions, as I understand it, of MMTLP shares sitting in brokerage accounts are going to be very obviously counterfeit, and no one can deny it. And so it'll give him a tool to go to the other lawyers. Do you want the bad guy's side? Do you want this to come out, or do you want to settle up, buddies and girls? Thirdly, I think on an individual level, it allows you to say, I asked for my shares and I didn't get them. That will put you in I think you can get them right now. But that'll put you in a different category than someone who didn't ask at all, I think, to these lawyers. Lawyers are going to say and do anything on behalf of their clients to buy time and not pay as much. So those are my top 3 reasons. I just thought of another one as I was saying it, which I'm not sure it's a reason, but here it's it's what I think will happen. So maybe it is a reason. As soon as the 165 million shares are full, I think the people that own MMTLP and can't move to AST they're gonna go, wait a minute, I want to move, I want to move, I want to move. And it's going to be all over. You're just going to have a chit then. Right now, you have an IOU that says, I owe you these shares. And in your head, my head, I'm thinking, well, I have them. So it has some value. But as soon as this turns into nothing but a chit, there are no shares backing it. I think there's going to be a panic of people wanting to get their shares moved over. So you'll beat that rush. Now, it may already be too late. I'm worried I'm not going to get mine, but I call every day. She told me today, yes, we have the shares. Yes, you're going to get them. We'll see. And maybe there's plenty still available. Now, let me address another thing, Pilar. On the opposing view, there's two arguments not to move your shares. One is they might get lost. I don't see that as happening. As soon as my shares, and I have some already here, previously were in motion, I actually called into AST and it was already reflected at the transfer agent. So I don't see that you can lose your shares. You got to be careful with them. If you move them back to AST and you sign, do not sign the back of the shares. If you sign a stock power, don't combine them together in one envelope. Send separate envelopes. But anyway, I don't think you can lose them. Take a picture as soon as you get it. Put it up in the cloud if there's a fire. You know the stock certificate. But the key thing is the transfer agent will already have a record of your ownership. So I don't think you can lose your shares. Of course, there's cost. I paid $60. Some people are paying $100. I don't think you should have to pay more than $60, $80, or $100. The final thing I wanted to say, the pillar is, or the pillar. I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying it in a weird pronunciation. The pillar is if there's basically two kinds of settlement paths with an intermediary. One settlement path is lawsuits. The other settlement path is the financial services industry decides to settle up. And kind of in between is Congress and the regulators to a very small extent, and maybe education. I think the legal process could take a decade. I just don't see, if that's the only thing going on. The lucky thing is, as Richard Hoffman is able to show, and others, that is the last area of the United States system that has some integrity, because there's rules, there's evidence, there's black and white, and it gets there. So, but I think it could take a long, long time if that's the only way. But if the legal system comes to a settlement that has pain and suffering, or it involves show us what you would have done with the money if you had had 2 days of training, we'll owe you that. Or if it has penalties, I think you'll get it even though your shares are at AST. I think you'll. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but why do I think that? Because I think Greg McCabe, any settlement, he's going to ask it for everybody. Now, similar to that is if there are any dividends paid as a settlement to MMTLP, I think it'll apply to shares held at AST. Now, what's the advantage you have? The legal system could go on for years, but once Greg has it lined up and he knows how many shares, he can move to the next step, which could be raising money to drill up his property. It could be legal. It could be that he goes into production on the university lands and starts paying out a dividend. If you own your shares there, you're going to get all that. On the other settlement side is the financial services industry settling. What's going to make them settle? Proof positive that most people on Wall Street don't understand that Wall Street counterfeit shares. Well, if there's proof positive because they're all filled up, well, then the lawyers on the and the regional managers, the national managers, the prime brokers are going to go, wait a minute, is this real? They're going to see the risk. The compliance officers are going to see the risk. Secondly, if Greg McCabe and his team are moving the value upward, that risk number is going to go up, 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 up. They're going to start saying, we better think about negotiating. And then finally, as Greg has this weapon in his hand, which is, guys and girls, if you have shares at your brokerage firm, they're all counterfeit because we have allocated everything. The financial side is going to say, we don't want this to get out in the press. We don't want the directors of the California Retirement Fund or the Maryland Teachers Retirement Fund, where Gensler is from. We don't want them getting to know. We don't want women in general, because women, I think, pay more attention in many cases than men to household finances. We don't want them looking at the retirement accounts and saying, oh my gosh, what's in the account? You remember that? I think that should be our campaign. We should go get Samuel L. Jackson. What's in our account? You don't want Americans asking what's in the accounts. So the financial system is going to have at some point an incentive to settle and get releases. So it's all hush money. I think it's a big number. But the Pilar, I think it will come to us anyway. But why move? Because you control your own situ. If you leave it there, the other side has weapons. They fudster, they lie, they get journalisms to lie. They have the whole inertia of, oh, those are just meme stocks. Those people were just speculating. They have Gary Gensler do nothing, who's complicit, saying, oh, I don't really know about it. But then he answers the question, shows he knows all about it. The regulators are on the side of the big funds. Why? Because the big fund, that's where they're going to get their payouts. They're on the side of the big law firms who were side on the criminals. Why? Because that's where they're going to get their jobs. So why leave your future to the risk of this corrupt regulatory system, this captured regulatory system? I don't think you're going to get any surcease there, much less than surcease. You're not going to get any reward there unless the pressures build up. You might then. But in my opinion, the financial services industry is going to try to stretch it out for years. It could happen this year, but I see no indication that they're going to do anything this year. So what is the surest way, Pilar, to get something for your investment? It's to get the shares. Now, I think, and my dog's driving me crazy over here, I think I can't find a pen. I think the value of the shares now slashing everything, slashing the number of reserves, slashing the oil price, slashing the increasing the amount of shares, everything. The lowest number I came up with was $50 a share. Now, if I think it's over 1,000 is where they're ultimately going to settle. But, let's leave that out. Let's just go with the most basic calculation. Slash the reserves in the ground. Slash what an Exxon would be willing to pay. Maximize the number of shares that are out there. Just try to be as negative as possible. I come up with $50 a share. And why would anyone, and my question is, including me, why would I leave $50 a share that belongs to me right now? I think leave it to Congress, who's doing nothing. Leave it to the regulators, who are all corrupt or don't give a darn or are paid off. They're not going to do anything. Leave it to the financial institutions, who are going to come to you and offer you $8 and then $10 and then $12. I just want to take it out of all those lying sons of bitches, do-nothings. Take it out. They've been filling my ears with a bunch of baloney for the last 3 years. And they're accusing me of pump and dumping, and they're accusing me of being wrong, and it's just algorithms, and there's no shorting, and it's just a meme stock, and you were just speculating. All that crap. I don't want to hear it anymore. I want to take control of my own life. And I don't think you give up anything. Because if it goes the legal route or Congress mandates penalties, I think it'll come to all of us. And I also think, Pilar, that it's rare that you can invest, that one can invest in a private placement. Why? Because you don't hear about it. 2, you don't qualify financially for it. And 3, it's sold out. On top of that, in this situation, those 3 factors, lots of times you get in a private placement, it does F all. It just, you own it for 10 years and it doesn't do anything. Well, in this case, this private placement, because that's essentially what it is, it's already had its 10 years and 15 years of shame and pain and trouble. And it's coming out. It's visible. You can go down the website and you can see the success they're having. And I guess finally, Pilar, I love oil and gas. I love commodities. I love resources. So those are the reasons I would move. The main one being, and the one that I reacted to, I think with Bill Cooper, actually, the other, I don't know, last week. Just take charge of your own future. Take charge of your own life. Trust but verify. I'd rather know I have my shares and I'm in there with Greg McCabe than I'm trying to listen to some congresswoman or congressman or senator who's being paid by Larry Fink to look the other way. So that's how I see it. All right, I'm going to go to the bottom, finish up, and go walk my dog because he is pacing. Lion of all trades. He's a good technician too. Hey, Dolly. Jillian Daly or Daily Jillian? Daily. Dolly. Jillian. Gillian. I know that David Lee left a lot of people. I'll unblock a bunch. I'll unblock a bunch of people, but I'll do that. I'll try to do it. Yeah, no more drama. I create enough drama accidentally. Bye, Lee. Yish. Well, I'm not. It's not that I won't talk about them. I just don't want to repeat the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I also don't want to bullshit. Just make things. I don't make things up, but I don't want to speculate on what's going on. Once there's some info that makes sense, we'll talk about it. All right, Lucky Boy, we're gonna go walk, Lucky. Sir William. Yeah, I had a couple of people used to call me sir. I miss those girls. Texas Pacific Land. Johnny, thanks for coming by. I don't really want to go in a long explanation. I'll try to answer it quickly. For longtime listeners, I believe GTII was a short squeeze because of an enormous imbalance by criminal selling of stock that didn't exist. I think that the squeeze was happening a little over a year ago. And 2 or 3 guys came and said, hey, get out of GTII, go to COSM. It worked. It killed the squeeze. That's my opinion. So the squeeze didn't happen, number one. Number two, in a squeeze, I had very high numbers. In a squeeze, numbers can happen that are very, very high. I didn't make them up. I looked at other squeezes that have happened in history, from Piggly Wiggly to Volkswagen to a whole list of them. And this is what can happen. You had a tremendous imbalance between the number of shares counterfeited versus the float. As far as I know, that still exists. And I'm not going to go through all the black and white that it's in the court system, FBI. I'm not going to go through that right now. But at that time, GTII had nothing. Nothing. And it technically was a POS. Just like AMC, just like GME, just like a number of other companies. COSM was a POS. But you know what? They played us well. And they took $35 million out of the market. All of a sudden, a company with contracts became something. That was your hit and run. So the play with this company is a squeeze. Same one. And they've tried, Johnny, I really don't. If you haven't been listening, I don't want to go through it all. They've tried probably a dozen things to force that. If you want me to keep hitting my head against the wall on it, one of the key things about a squeeze is it has to happen as a surprise, you know? So, and it's your opinion about it being unrealistic. That's fine. That's what makes the market. In a squeeze, you go do your research. Look up Piggly Wiggly. Look up Volkswagen. Look up a couple of these recently. I can't remember the names. And you'll see high numbers. But that's all predicated on a prime broker buying in a position, and it hasn't happened. I think it was happening a year and a half ago. I'm not going, out of respect for life and death, I'm not going to mention the names, but I think the Greek CEO took advantage of the situation and may have been paid off. And I think there were some other people involved too that may have been paid off to bust the squeeze that was happening. So thank you for your question. And thank you for making it simplistic. And thank you for framing it in a way that makes you look brilliant, I guess, and me like a bad guy. I'm done talking about it. That's an interesting prediction. That's a very interesting prediction. Very interesting. Meekers, if you're still listening, I think hands down, the best investment is silver. I think, my opinion, silver is going to go 1-to-1 with gold. But it doesn't have to go anywhere near that. Historically, silver trades 16-to-1, roughly, to gold, historically. So let me just give you a number. If using Dr. Lieb's price for gold eventually of 35,000 divided by 16, silver could go to $2,000 an ounce. Now remember, we have to start shifting our sense of worth. At that point, values in dollars won't mean very much. That means the dollar is crushed. So silver becomes its own worth. I don't know. Maybe 1 ounce of silver buys 1 suit, for example. But I would. So the problem was, there's 2 problems with silver. If you're buying it, first, silver is highly manipulated. There is more fraud in the silver markets. Look up Blythe Masterson and J.P. Morgan. There's more fraud in the silver markets possibly than in the stock markets. It's volatile. It is volatile. And you could get scared out of it. It's a small market. So those are some of the negatives. Gold is more certain to become a financial anchor, but I personally don't see us going to a gold standard. I don't 100% agree with Dr. Lieb, but I do think gold will become the component that allows people to sit at the table to negotiate the new financial currency, the new system, the new Bretton Woods. And China will be there. Russia will be there. Iran might be there. I bet by that time, Saudi Arabia will be there. They don't own a lot of gold. They own a considerable amount. But I'm not sure the UK will be there. I'm not sure Canada will be there. I don't know that they have enough time to catch up. We may not have a lot of gold, but we won't let anyone look. I'm sure of that. So we will be there. We will be there. I think they're both good, but if you're asking me to pick one, silver. I don't know. I have to look. I don't know anything new right now. They're insiders own stock, and they're allowed to sell 1% of their position. They gave themselves large positions, in my opinion, not so they have those large positions, which they have, but so they could, when you sell 1%, that it's meaningful in their lives each month. Thank you, Meekers. There's much more to talk about with gold and silver, much more. Churchill was an empire man. All right, all right. So I'll read the last comments and then I'm going to sign off. I hope I answered. Oh no, somebody else is answering you. All right, sorry. All right. Let's see. All right, I'm going to start. I'm going to go down from here. Yeah, can we do that tomorrow? Can we do that tomorrow? Because I got to go walk my dog. Ham wasn't going to come on today. I apologize for that, but he's with his family. Yeah, thank you, Pilar, for listening to my. But I gave you as full an answer as my reasoning needed, So I struggled with it for a few months because some people were saying, "Oh, just wait," but that's where I came down. So I think you're doing the right thing, and the biggest thing is you're taking control of your own destiny. That could happen. That could happen. Line. I'm gonna do it. Lucky boy, come over here. Yeah. Look, I'm not. So Mark isn't good with computers either. No, I'm kidding. Well, I think if you're pairing those two, the one thing I feel really strongly about is that based on interviews, based on public information, there is going to be good news over this year in Finger. And just all by its lonesome, it's going to give you great returns. Ignoring, if you just want to say that there's no counterfeiting, there's no shorting, there's systems in place, Goober is doing a great job, and it's just good clients selling stock, and then they buy it back, and you don't know, and just get the machines to turn around to going positive. Algorithms go down, but they also go up. I don't know, all the things you want to make apologies for. I think Finger's going to do a fantastic return in the long run, ignoring all the excitement of I don't even know what a Discord is, otherwise I'd join it. I don't know what I don't think my view has changed. And I have talked about it. I think Ham is talking about it because I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but it's a very touchy Twitterati out there and back and forth, and there's egos, and Ham sees it because he's done this for 25 years. Others are learning as they go, and I don't know. You have to ask Ham why he doesn't talk about MMT, but there's people there that get upset with him. I don't know why. I walked Congress with him, and I listened to him. Before all this glory down there, we did it 3 times at least. So I don't know. I think you'd have to ask him. I haven't noticed he stopped talking about it, but others are carrying the weight. Don Fizz, Anna's doing a fantastic job. Junk Savvy, Richard Hoffman, Mark Bazia. You know, there's a lot of people. There's others. Busy Brands, Ace. You know, so I don't see that. I don't agree with you at all, Z Warner, that I haven't turned a negative view on MMTLP. I don't have a pen here. I thought I had a pen here. I don't want to ruin my board. Darn it. Let me reach over here. Oh, there's one. I see one. Okay. Okay. I bought MMTLP in the open market. I overpaid. And at the time I bought MMTLP, the system owed me two things. One, they owed me December 9th and December 12th to trade out of my position. And apparently, according to some information, even on the 9th, maybe during market hours, the stock traded over $4,000 a share. And then it looks like Jessica Hopper stopped trading at FINRA. Now, one reason, Z Warner, that people who I think are paid for by the shorts, one reason to stay in MMTLP is this idea that they're going to give you 2 days of trading again. That's number one, that's not going to happen because my understanding is it would take a court order or an act of Congress. And number two, Z Warner, if it happened, you'll get zero. You'll get zero. That opportunity was taken away. And like the guy that comes in and swoops in on the girl you're in love with, and he takes her off to dance and up to his apartment and on a 2-day weekend and manages to manages to go all the way. When that girl comes back to you, it's not the same girl anymore. It's the same thing with MMTLP. If they gave you 2 days of trading, I don't think you'll get 5 cents. So, Z Warner, if you believe 2 days of trading is the way to go, and you believe what everyone's saying, you probably should keep your MMTLP to get 2 days of trading. I think it's a chimera or a chimera. I think it's a chimera. I think it's not going to happen. And I think if they gave you 2 days of trading, it would be a disaster. So anyway, I think that's off the table. And just the sheer passage of time should show you that's off the table. If it were going to happen, it should have happened in January. Here we are, a full year and 4 months, I think, later. It's not happening. So just take that off the table. But whatever, if you want to have it. I've taken that off the table. I took it off the table early, but I now think the process has shown us that's not happening. So the second thing the system owed us was 1 share of NBH for every 1 share of MMTLP. What's the difference here? Z Warner. Um, Here's some things I can think of on the side of Nextbridge. You've got over 14,000 acres, 100% interest in the the Oro Grande Basin, backed by Masterson, the geologist. This is over 10 or 15 years of work, it may be longer. Seismic, seven zones at least, benches. You've got 5 to 6 billion barrels of oil, maybe more, maybe 10 or 11. We don't know the engineering, and I don't know right now, but you've got oil, you've got natural gas, you have management, you have cash flows, you have deal flow. In other words, management has a lot of deal flow. The acres can be expanded. The seismic shows you where you should get more leases, so there's deal flow, and you've got lawyers on your side. I think in a settlement, Nextbridge is worth over $1,000 a share. But if you want to be as devastating, as negative as you can be, as slash everything conservative, I think Nextbridge is worth, worst case, $50 a share right now. That's what you have with Nextbridge, Seawater. What do you have at MMTLP? You have one thing. You have one thing at MMTLP. You have one thing at MMTLP. It converts into shares of Nextbridge. That's what you have. MMTLP converts into shares of Nextbridge. That's what you have. You don't have the acreage, you don't have the oil, you don't have the gas, you don't have management, you don't have cash flows, you don't have deal flow. You could argue that Ballbuster LLC has lawyers, but you don't have anything at MMT except that it converts into Nextbridge. That's what you have. What happens when Nextbridge is fully spoken for? Now you say here ASC will never be full because overseas won't transfer. To me, reading that's nonsensical, but you don't seem to be nonsensical, so I don't quite know what you mean. So you're putting you're abbreviating a thought that I don't know what you mean. I don't agree with you. AST will be full. overseas won't trade. It's a meaningless. The way you wrote that is completely meaningless. I'm not trying to insult you. It just doesn't mean anything to me. But you, as a shareholder of MMTLP, have a right to Nextbridge hydrocarbon shares. Now, what I understand is there were 650 million. This is something that's been said on lives here, not first by me, by others, also on Twitter. But who knows what the number is? I don't know what the number is. But it's my understanding is it's hundreds of millions of shares were sold counterfeit under Torchlight. Remember, the criminals destroyed Torchlight. It was the same business plan, but they destroyed that one. They destroyed MMAT, and almost by accident, maybe by theory, but by accident, MMAT didn't want an oil company, so they issued MMTLP as a stub for a placeholder for a private company. It caught out the system, caught the shorts too. So I don't agree with your second point at all. Once all the shares are converted, you have a big zero. You have a big null set. You don't have anything. MMTLP becomes nothing. Right now, it has value because you can convert it into Nextbridge. It has value because of lawsuits and that the system owes you massively, massively. And they're going to get caught. They're going to pay. They're going to pay on MMTLP. They're going to have to. But it's not worth anything other than derivatively as a lawsuit. Now, you're going to say, I guess you're going to argue that if you own MMTLP, it might have liquidity sooner than Nextbridge. You're going to argue that penalties and civil penalties, pain and suffering, all of that gets paid, you're going to get it in MMTLP. You might not get it with Nextbridge. You're going to argue that the settlement is going to come for MMTLP, but not for Nextbridge. And I guess one more thing you might argue is there's a risk of losing your certificates. I think these are your reasons. And why have I turned negative? I've never been MMTLP is just a chit. It's a laundry ticket. In terms of liquidity, Nextbridge might have liquidity sooner than the lawsuit or the wandering, weaving ways of lawyers over the years. Nextbridge might have liquidity sooner. Might. But even if it doesn't, I think in a settlement, you're going to get an opportunity to change your mind. Why? Because there's hundreds of millions of shares, and Nextbridge only has 250 million shares to offer. I think you may be given an opportunity. I think almost certainly you'll be given an opportunity to swap over here. But in the meantime, you have a real asset. Penalties. You're going to get the penalties paid here. You suffered. You didn't get the 2 trading days. You haven't had liquidity. You're going to get penalties on this side. Why? Greg McCabe will not sign a settlement unless everybody's included. Settlement. Cash. Again, I think you'll be given an opportunity to move back and forth. But if the settlement includes a dividend, you're going to, or a cash payout, you're going to get it on the Nextbridge side. Why? Greg McCabe will not settle without it but being given to everybody. You'll get it. Worst case, you'll decide, I want to keep my shares, which is what I will do, because a settlement or liquidity, a settlement prices the shares at, I'll make it up, $1,100 a share. Well, that means your shares are worth that much, ostensibly. And the use of proceeds are going to prove up a higher value than that. And then the risk of loss, there isn't anything. You'll be registered at AST. There is no risk of loss. I think I see absolutely no reason to be an MMTLP. And my view hasn't changed. I've had that view from the start. I had two concerns. One, I already moved the majority of my shares. And apparently now I gave you the wrong number. I have 1,250 shares in my IRA. My one concern was if I take it out of the IRA, I'm causing a taxable problems. Well, number one, it's going to be worth zero coming out because that's what it is right now. So I'll owe from zero and whatever gain I get. And I don't pay that until I sell. And it's private anyway. So realistically, what am I really losing there? That came to my head. The other thing that I was concerned about, I wanted to keep it in MMTLP. So I experienced what everybody was experiencing. But I don't need to get whipped upside the head with a 2x4 to know how much it's going to hurt. So I decided that's not a good reason. I gave you all the reasons I want to move over. I don't think you lose anything. But the biggest thing, Z Warner, when is there going to be a resolution? When is MMTLP going to be resolved? Why doesn't Congress do something? Why don't the journalists understand it? Why doesn't Bernie Sanders do something? Why doesn't Gary Gensler do something? Why didn't the girl Hopper, Jessica Hopper, do something before she? I get rid of all of that. I get rid of all of that. By moving my shares to AST, I have resolved my own position. I'm no longer a victim. I'm no longer a victim. I don't agree with you. I'm not turning negative on MMTLP. I'm turning positive on empowerment. I'm turning positive on taking our own action to be strong. I'm saying, hey, that belongs to me. I want it. I'm not bending over, as my brother told me years ago. If you want to be taken advantage of in a physical way, first you got to bend over. Well, I don't want to bend over. I'm going to take control. I'm going to resolve my own position. So anyway. All right, let's see what else. I'll answer these questions and then we're going to go. I don't know how to do Discord, but I'll find out. Thank you, Z Warder. If it's 50%, then the actual value of Nextbridge, people might take it because it's here and now. Do you think there are pros and cons of going? Well, absolutely. People might say, if Dean Whittier calls up and says, I'm going to offer you $12 a share, and they know it's worth hundreds, people might take the $12. And my point is to you, Z Warner, I think that offer will be made open to everyone. Why? Because it'll help Dean Whittier or Prudential Beige or Johnston Lemon. It'll help them. So I think you'll have the opportunity to make that stupid sale if you want to, in my opinion. And I think you'll be able to do it here and now. The transfer agent will be working with Greg McCabe and the criminals, and things will happen nearly instantaneously. If you take a deal from Dean Whittier, you're going to have to sign a release. It's going to involve time, and they may ask for a percentage of the class to sign it, or they're going to get Congress to issue a mandate. But no lawyer on the bad guy's side is going to recommend paying a settlement to Z Warner unless the whole class signs a release protecting Dean Whittier from a lawsuit. So I look, if it comes to where there's a gray market in these shares, they will offer that same lowball deal to you at AST as they're offering, because it helps them get rid of their problem. Do I think there are pros and cons to going to AST? I just gave you them. I think it's all pro. I don't see a single con. Look, over the last year or so, Z Warner, you could argue with me that, hey, the resolution's coming soon. It's coming soon. Just leave it where it is. You're going to get cash. I had some currency with me over the last year. But can't you see what's in front of your schnoz? They're not settling. It's not happening. It may happen in the future, but it's not happening. In the meantime, you run the risk that the shares of an Nextbridge are sold out. Then you won't have any choice. I think you have to act. I really do. You have to AST to AST, ACT to AST. You have to ACT to AST. That's, Malcolm, you couldn't summarize it better. Now, I may not get mine. They assured me today I'm getting them. And if I don't, I'm not going to be in all despair. I just realize it's this other path. But Malcolm, to follow on your conclusion, once it's MMTLP without the ability to go to the Nextbridge, all I have is the hope there's a settlement, or the hope a judge somewhere sees my point of view, or a journalist, or that the brokerage firms decide to do something. When I'm in Nextbridge, I get the dividends, I get the sale, I get the updates, I get the possible, I don't know if there are tax benefits. I don't know if that would flow through, because it's not your, I don't know. but I get all the benefits, none of the minors. I just don't. The biggest thing is I'm not a victim anymore. I'm not a victim anymore. And I've made peace with the fact that I didn't get to sell my shares for thousands of dollars on that Friday and that Monday. By the way, that's never coming back. There's no hope for that. Zero. If they give you 2 days of training, you're going to get nothing for your stock. All right, I'll try to do that. I can't. If I do it here, the computer will freeze. I transferred Rick Ippolito Rigatoni. I still have 1,000. That's similar. You're going to be wealthy, I think. Good for you that you have so much. I had a little over 3,000 in my regular account. I transferred those, and I left. I thought it was more. I found out today what it is. 1,250 or 1,260 something. But anyway, it's not 1,400 like I told you, or that I thought I had. So let's call it 1,250. I hemmed and hawed for a while, like I described, and for the reasons I've described. Primarily, I wanted to leave it in my IRA, and I wanted to go through whatever everybody else went through. But I've just explained to you that I don't need to be hit upside my head with a crowbar to know it's going to hurt. So I don't need to go through it with you. And then the other thing is, in my IRA, I don't pay taxes on it until I sell it anyway, and I can control that. So I'm trying to move it. My answer to you, let me put it this way. I'll do it this way. Even my poor dog. My poor dog. At Torchlight, as it was Torchlight, the presentation was 3.2 billion barrels of oil to 5.7 billion. This number's gone higher. This number has become more certain. They've actually drilled 30 wells, and you're going to correct me, it's 26 or whatever it is. But they've drilled this up and proved this up. They've got seismic. They've increased their ownership from whatever it was, 75%, I don't remember, to 100%. So let's ignore that. This number might be as high as 11 billion. Let's ignore all that. Let's use the 3.2 billion. So we're going to use the low end. We're going to use the low end of the reserves estimate. Okay, 3.2 billion. All right. Let's multiply that by 50%. So we're going to discount that by half. All right. We're going to take half of that away, even though that's probably the lowest proven number there. Let's use 3.2 billion times 0.5 gives you 1.6 billion barrels. All right. So we'll start at the lowest end of the range, 3.2 billion barrels given, and we'll multiply that by half. So let's assume there's 1.6 billion barrels proven. 1.6 billion barrels proven. And All the rest is upside. Let's assume a buyer only pays for proven and they don't pay for any upside, which is ridiculous. But we'll just assume all the buyer wants to buy is 1.6 billion barrels of oil. Not the 3.2, not the 5.7, not the 11 or 13 that some people say. This is the proven number for barrels of oil. Now let's assume Exxon bought Pioneer for essentially $30 a barrel, the proven reserves. Let's assume this is a buyer like Exxon or Chevron. They give cash or stock, it doesn't matter. Let's not use $30. Rick, let's not use $30, which is what they should use. Let's use $5 a barrel purchase price of the proven, and 0 for natural gas, 0 for upside, 0 for the other billions of barrels potential. That's worth $8 billion. $8 billion. Now, let's assume for now, since I've cut all this down, let's not expand the outstanding shares beyond 248 million. Let's call it 250 million. Why do I do that? Because if they issue more shares, there's going to be a use of proceeds, which will expand this number. So let's just use this number. I don't even know what it comes out to. 250 million shares. So I used Rick, I hope you see, I used the lowest possible reserves. I cut that in half. I use a purchase price of $5 a barrel for proven reserves, nothing for natural gas, nothing for the water, nothing for the infrastructure, nothing for the seismic, nothing for the leases, nothing for the additional oil, nothing for the shallow, nothing. And I use 250 million shares, comes out to $32 a share. All right, let's take it to your specific situation. I have 1,000 shares of MMTLP. Should I move it? I can't decide. All right, so you leave it. It becomes a chit. It becomes a chit, which is worth nothing. Time. I think you still have 2 years ahead in the financial settlement system, up to 8 years legal. Time, you got time to wait for that to ever do anything. Ever. You're divorced from McCabe and Nextbridge. Anything he does, he doesn't have to do for MMTLP. This becomes a problem of the brokerage system, not Nextbridge. There are no assets. There's no cash flow, no management. It's just a chit. It's just a chit. So what's that worth in your account? Oh, well, they're going to win the lawsuit. You know what people will pay you for winning the ability of winning a lawsuit 8 years from now? Lawyers take half of it. You don't know the settlement price. You don't know anything. Oh, but Congress is going to force it. You know what they pay you for that? Zero. Oh, but the brokerage firms owe it to me. They're going to give me something. Do you know what a buyer would pay you for that? Very little. Maybe 10 cents. You might find somebody give you $1, 50 cents. So what you're saying is, I can't decide with leaving my shares where they are, where they're worth zero, maybe something more. Maybe somebody will pay me $1 for them. Maybe pay me $1,000, $500, $250. But I can't decide whether to be there where I get zero and I have to wait and I have to count on the system, which is full of fraud and full of captured regulators and non-sympathetic congresswomen and senators and completely disinterested journalism. Everybody's disinterested. So I can't decide, should I leave my MMTLP there that once Nextbridge is full is worth zero or maybe a little bit more? Or should I move my 1,000 shares where at a minimum, at the worst, slash, cut, ruin the valuation, take all assumptions out, is worth 32,000 right now? You're saying I can have zero with a possibility down the road of possibly getting a post lawyer payout settlement or something, or I can go make sure I have 32,000 worst case right now? Rick, what would you, well, you can't make up your decision. I know what I decided. I want to go get as close as I can to what's real value now. I don't know if I'm going to get it, but I'm going to try. I am trying. And this number could be, if this number is $1,000, that's 100 grand. So I don't know, Rick. It's up to you. But I just don't see it. If on this side, if they pay they start having cash flow and they pay a dividend, they're going to only pay it to Nextbridge if it's Nextbridge's responsibility. If there's a settlement over here, I think they're going to pay it on both sides. But this could be years and years away. You know what the present value of uncertainty is? As close to zero as you can think. Oh, but we're going to win because we have a case. Try to sell that to do your talking walking, the guy's going to say, or the girl's going to say. So your choice is, I want to lock in zero with a potential for something down the road, or I can lock in at the worst case 32,000 now with massive potential. It could be worth 100,000 over time. Is it really a hard decision? Is it really a hard decision? I don't know. I looked at it and it really didn't seem like a hard decision. It really didn't seem like a hard decision. Just like a sturgeon, touch for the very first time. Just like a sturgeon. Well, 330K, let's just take that number. Divided by 8,700 shares of Nextbridge. Rick, you have it. You have it there. $38. I think Nextbridge will make up for GTII. And GTII still may work. Michael G. Oh, Michael thinks my ranting on politics is crazy. Well, we'll see. Michael, tell me, and I didn't mean to rant, but tell me, riddle me this. Do you think the Democratic Party is going to let Joe Biden run again? Look, he's running now, and he's going to become the Democratic nominee in whatever, August. But then the superdelegates can meet, and you've got these 5 competing power centers. The vice president, Kamala Harris, Jill Biden, the Clintons, the Obamas, and Nancy Pelosi. You got those 5 power centers. I think the Carters are long gone. They were a long time. I don't think there's any other power center in the Democratic Party than that. So your point, Michael G., without ranting, is that the Democrats are going to just let Joe Biden go into the general election and win. And then if he conks over or if he's removed by the 24th Amendment, you'll have Kamala Harris. That's without ranting, that's your view, which I personally, if you want to talk crazy, I think that's crazy. I don't think the Democratic Party is going to go in that direction, but it might. You could be right, Michael G. You could be right. But if one assumes the Democratic Party is not going to go with the candidate who locked up black men for smoking pot and laughed about it, and the candidate who got less than 1% of the Democratic vote when she ran for president, and the candidate that has done nothing but embarrass Democrats for the last 3.5 years. If you assume Kamala Harris is out, it leaves you 4 choices, I think. And I don't think it's crazy to look at it that way. Bill and Hillary Clinton, Jill Biden pushing for Joey, Nancy Pelosi pushing for her nephew, and Barack Obama pushing for Michelle. Now you've got those 4. How likely it is that Joe Biden's going to prevail with Joe? Well, the whole exercise implies that they don't want Joe because he's of his health. So that leaves you 3. That leaves you the Clintons, the Obamas, and the Pelosi's. How likely is it that Nancy Pelosi is going to prevail with Gavin Newsom out of a state that they're going to win anyway, and out of a state where people are fleeing, and with a younger guy, sure, but he's not all that popular even in California. I'm going to guess that Nancy Pelosi's not going to prevail in the superdelegates. So that leaves the Obamas and the Clintons. And I don't know, Michael, because you're sane and I'm crazy, but my memory is vivid that Michelle Obama made it absolutely clear she never wanted to run for president. She may have changed her mind. Now, I think if Michelle Obama decides to do it and she can answer the question, why do I want to be president? They will go with Michelle Obama. No question about it. I think the Obamas have the ability to replace Bill and Hillary Clinton as the Democratic power structure. But I don't think that's a fait accompli yet. Now, obviously, if Michelle says, no, I don't want to run, you got your answer. Who is Bill Clinton going to recommend to run? And Hillary? It's going to be Hillary, my opinion. Now, they're going to say, well, she can't win. She's going to say, I did win. The only reason Trump got in is because Russia. And I had more votes. So that's why I come to the conclusion that it'll be Hillary Clinton. Because I don't think Michelle's going to do it. But if Michelle wants to do it, I think they'll pick Michelle over Hillary. And now you're going to say it's all crazy. All right, we'll find out. We'll find out. I personally think going with Joe's going to be a mite crazy, I think. But I've always been crazy, Michael. That's what keeps me from going insane. Hey, Julian Velez. Yeah, he's got to go. All right, so I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Michael, I enjoyed talking politics. Maybe I am crazy, and maybe Joe's got it in him to go all the way. So we'll find out. I'm not trying to rant. It's just a topic that interests me. That's all. So anyway, I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. Let's pray for the families and the men who were repairing that bridge and went to their deaths at Francis Scott Key Bridge, and also for those who were driving across and went to their death. Let's think to say a prayer. I continue to recommend we pray for Lou and his family. Easter is, believe it or not, probably a good time, if it has to happen, to the gates to heaven are open now, so maybe it's a good time. But let's pray for him. Let's pray on the health side for Jenny L, and let's pray for each and every one of you that you know who are struggling in this, particularly with MMTLP, but with these other stocks, people that you know that I don't. Some we know who are working hard. Let's pray for strength for all of them, including Ham and Richard Hoffman and Busy Brands and many others, Junk Savvy, the Statue, Syntax. Let's pray for all of them. So with that, I'm going to say peace and over and out.